Lake City Historic Landmark Commission meeting. Great to have everyone here that's here. It looks like we have eight of our 9 commissioners. Michaela, Victoria's not here. Is she not coming?
She is coming. She emailed me. She's having some technical difficulties, and I resent out a link. So we'll hope that she joins us, but we certainly have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will proceed. It's nice that we have everyone here tonight because the second presentation, Mike and I are both going to have to recuse ourselves. So it's nice to have this many people here for the study session on the Elks building. So we're going to go ahead and start. Are there any, is anybody here? Well, first of all, the report on, I'm going to do the minutes first. If everyone reviewed the minutes, does anyone have any comments? I have one comment, and that is that I wasn't here. So where it says that I had no business report, we should take that sentence out. Does anyone else have any comments on the minutes?
Rob, I have reviewed them and I think they're fine. But I do think you need to open the meeting with that statement.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Thank you, Mike.
You bet.
My apologies. So this is Robert Hyde. I'm the chairman of this commission. As chairman of the Salt Lake Historic Landmarks Commission, I hereby I have determined that conducting the Salt Lake Historic Landmarks Commission meeting at an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. The World Health Organization, the President of the United States, the Governor of Utah, the Salt Lake County Health Department, the Salt Lake County Mayor, and the Mayor of Salt Lake City have all recognized a global pandemic exists related to the new strain of the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2. Due to the state of emergency caused by the global pandemic, I find that conducting a meeting at an anchor location under the current state of public health emergency constitutes a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the location. Therefore, we will be holding this meeting remotely. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Do we have a motion on the minutes, Mike?
Also motion.
We have a second. Second by Babs. All in favor? Let me run through the list. Aiden?
Aye.
Thank you. Babs?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And Kenton?
Yes. Aye.
And Michael?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I have no report to make at this time as the chair. Mike, do you have any vice chair comments?
No, I do not, other than to say thank you, Robert, for being here after chairing last week's meeting. Thank you for attending.
Thank you for doing that last month. Nick, as director, or Michaela, do either one of you have a report to make tonight?
I don't have anything to report. Nick, do you have anything?
Just real quick, just because we had that little discussion about training, just so everybody knows, there's a bill at the state legislature that is more than likely going to pass this year that requires 4 hours of training for any city land use authority. And because the Landmarks Commission makes land use decisions, you are a land use authority. So we're going to be having regularly scheduled trainings on part of the meeting agenda, and every commissioner is required to have those 4 hours. So for those that can't make meetings, we'll provide other opportunities somehow. But just wanted to throw that out there so everyone was aware, and that's all I have.
Well, Nick, that'll be easier to do when we can all join for dinner and do it over dinners. But who's pushing that through the legislature, and what's the point?
Yeah. I think the point is to ensure that like citizen and volunteer boards have an understanding of some of the legalities of land use decision making and things like that. And so it's part of a bill that's titled HB 409. I can't remember who the sponsor of that is, but it was generated in a group that's called the Land Use Task Force, which is made up of people from the Utah League of Cities and Towns and the development community. So every year they get together and identify any problems in the development world and try to identify solutions that can be addressed through state code and go from there.
It'd be nice if they could, grandfathers or consider the training actually having worked and not have to repeat it every year. So that
It
training
would be.
for new people, but the repetitiveness. Nick, could you set it up so that we could, maybe you're doing this so we could have like a half hour each meeting so that it doesn't get too onerous?
That's part of the goal, yeah.
That'd be great.
All
I
right.
like Kenton's idea of over dinner, and this storm may pass soon, so perhaps we'll be meeting again
Yeah.
if the building's open.
And I would also suspect that the Utah League of Cities and Towns will be creating some kind of online versions that people can do on their own time as well. So it won't just happen in meetings is my guess. So
Okay.
That'd be good. Well, are they going to tell us we can't try to regulate billboards or something like that?
I'm gonna refuse to comment on anything billboard related. I don't want to press my luck.
very, very good. I was just being irreverent.
I'd like to know if with the availability of the vaccines, that it's greatly increasing. Do we have any sort of benchmark or metric that we're going off of for when we're going to go back to in person?
That's something that's going to be decided by the mayor and the city council. And I know that they're going to be working and having those discussions over the next several weeks and months. So we will keep you updated on that. Right now, there's nothing new to share because I just don't have anything. So
Okay, I miss dinner too.
I miss seeing people in real life.
Yeah, and field trips too. I miss field trips.
Agreed. Well, with weather getting so warm, we can all just sit out in Washington Park.
Let's do it.
We could. That would be fun.
Hey,
Picnic.
of Kenton's thoughts on billboards, what became of the 2 billboards on South Temple, those electronic boards by the hospital?
So that's one of the sticky points that we have in our sign code right now, and some technical issues that we had on our side about how those happened. We've taken steps to make sure that those don't happen again. Basically, just to give you as brief of a summary as I possibly can, those the property itself wasn't showing up on our one of the maps that our planners were using to identify landmark sites or historic properties in historic districts. And so somebody came in to propose some signs, didn't pop up, and in our own act of hastiness, we approved those signs and just missed, frankly, where they were. So we fixed those access to those maps, and so we've eliminated the one that wasn't working right. So that's no longer available to any of us to even to view, and put some other protocols in place to make sure that staff that may not have the experience or knowledge of historic districts and things aren't making those mistakes again.
So these are a done deal. They're not going away.
They're not going away. We've worked with the property owner to put some things in place to help minimize the impact, the brightness, how often they change, things like that. Technically, those aren't billboards because they're on site. They're advertising the use on the property and the services. But we've applied some of the same standards that electronic billboards have to abide by. So that unfortunately, that's kind of the best we can do.
Well, maybe this legislative, let's see, recommended training will be good for us.
Well, that's the idea. It's good for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anybody here to make public comment, Michaela?
We do. Cindy Cromer would like to make public comment, and I will unmute you in just a moment, Cindy.
Are we able to put presenters up on our grid so we'll see them, Michaela?
I think you've unmuted me, haven't you, Michaela?
I've unmuted you, and I was
Okay.
having an
well,
issue unmuting myself. The answer, Rob, was no.
Thank
We aren't.
goodness.
We aren't.
Thank goodness.
Although we do miss Cindy dearly.
Okay, here we go. This is on the RMF 30 modifications. At your meeting on May 2nd, back in 2019, the staff provided a briefing on the proposed modifications to the residential multifamily 30 RMF 30 zone, which is used throughout the city but is concentrated in the historic neighborhoods east of downtown, Central City, Bryant, and Binion. There has been speculation about how the RMF 30 came to be. I can tell you with certainty that it represented a downzoning in the intensity of use. So back in 1995, the city moved to a much lower height than these older core neighborhoods, and at the same time to an acreage requirement, which in my opinion has proven to be at least as effective in preserving older buildings as status in a city registered district. And concurrently, properties such as my rental properties became more valuable because of their non-conforming density. For example, a building with 4 units in the current RMF 30 with a typical lot size of 1/5 of an acre could be replaced with 2 units. Of course, a landlord would retain the 4-unit building regardless of the historic district. The proposed modifications to the RMF 30 upend the privilege of existing non-conforming buildings, whether historic or not, that they've had for the past 26 years. If the number of units allowed with the modification approaches the number of existing non-conforming units, then it's reasonable for the property owner to demolish, even if the existing building is in good condition, because the value of the land alone after the modifications equals the value of the building and the land based on the value of land per unit. That's a lot of math. This is the first installment in my effort to convince you that the proposed modifications will first place the owners of some properties in the city's historic districts at a disadvantage. Secondly, will contribute to efforts to opt out of contributory status. Third, erode the concentration of contributory buildings in the National Register districts, thereby jeopardizing the tax credits. And fourth, promote the demolition of mid-century buildings as they approach eligibility for contributory status. All unintended consequences, but entirely predictable. In short, the sky is not falling, but the existing buildings with their less expensive housing will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Any
Has
other
that been
public
submitted
comments?
Has that been submitted in written form as well? I don't know if it gets typed into the record or if it's easier to.
It's,
cut and
if
paste
I'm
it.
still unmuted, it's in your, I submitted it to staff for circulation.
Oh, okay, I didn't look at today, the most recent Dropbox ads. Thank you.
Michaela, are there any others?
I don't see any other hands up.
Now, why can't you put people presenting? I saw Cindy's camera for a minute. Why can't you put them up if they want to be put up?
Because they are in the attendee list and not in the presenters list.
So we can't see them.
Right, you're not able to see attendees.
Okay. All right, the first item on the agenda is the property at 738 South Green Street. Sarah, you're handling this, right?
Correct. Thank you very much.
We'll
Let me
turn it
go
over to you,
ahead-
Sarah. Thank you.
Correct. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Is that there for you now?
Yes.
Great. So thank you, Chair. This is an application for new construction of a single-family residence ADU and 3 special exceptions at 738 South Green Street. To orient you, the property is located in the Central City Historic District and is located approximately mid-block between 700 and 800 South, and is located on the west side of Green Street, which is between 600 and 700 East. It is in the RMF 30 zoning district. The streetscape drawing on the top shows the proposed new construction in context with the surrounding properties, and the lower images show the existing vacant lot and the residences to the north and south. As I just stated, the lot is currently vacant. An administrative interpretation was completed in 2019 that determined the property was a legal non-complying lot. It's 41.25 feet wide, which is less than the minimum 50 feet required in the zone. The site plan shows the proposed 1,263 square foot residence with a 924 square foot footprint. A shared driveway is located to the north of the residence, and a garage and second floor ADU is located to the rear. The footprint of the proposed garage is 468 square feet, and the ADU would be 405 square feet. The ADU is located 9 feet from the south property line, which is 1 foot less than required. And this decreased setback allows for an additional foot on the north that provides some additional space for vehicular access to the garage. On the site, the applicant anticipates maintaining 3 trees, 1 in the front yard and 2 in the rear, and an additional tree is proposed in the rear yard along with landscaping and a terrace in the front yard that's adjacent to the entry. The proposed residence is 25 feet 2 inches in height and has a gable front roof. Architectural shingles are proposed for the roof, wood plank cladding for the siding, aluminum clad wood windows, and a steel panel door. There is a front canopy over the entry, and the front facade is set back 20 feet, and the canopy extends 3 feet from the front facade, which is 6 inches more than permitted in Chapter 36. The rear elevation of the residence has similar features with a gable front roof, a single window in the gable end, and wood plank siding. The north side elevation has the same materials. There are 2 vertically oriented windows located towards the front of the residence and 4 horizontally oriented windows located towards the rear, including 1 in a shed dormer. The south side elevation also has the same materials. There's a chimney located to the front. The base is enclosed in concrete and it has an exposed metal flue. There are large vertically oriented windows at the front and rear of the building, and there is a sliding glass door located in the center of the elevation, and there's a horizontal window located just to the west of it. And then this slide shows the 4 elevations of the ADU. It has the same material as the primary residence and is the same height. The height at 25 feet 2 inches exceeds the maximum permitted for ADUs of 24 feet. Which requires a special exception for that additional height of 1 feet 2 inches. And so as just identified, there are 3 special exceptions proposed that are detailed in the key consideration section of the staff report. They are for the additional 6 inches for the canopy to extend into the front yard, and the 2 modifications on the proposed garage and ADU. 1 for an additional 1 feet 2 inches to match the height of the residence and allow for additional head height on the stair landing and the 2nd floor. And the other modification is for the decreased south side yard setback of 1 foot less than the 10 feet required, which allows for additional distance on the north for vehicular access to the garage. Both the garage and ADU are located within the buildable area for a primary structure on the property, and the height and the setbacks proposed comply with what could be permitted for a primary residence. And so it's staff's recommendation for approval of the proposal with the condition listed in the staff report. The applicant is here and has a presentation. Are there questions for staff at this point?
Yeah, this is Kenton. I've got a question. I didn't know an ADU could exceed 17 feet in height. How does that work? Or do I have it wrong?
Their ADUs can exceed 17 feet in height if the primary residence is over 17 feet in height, and they can go up to a height of 24 feet. And then there are the additional setbacks if the ADU is exceeding that height.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Sarah from while she's here, while she's presenting? If not,
I
we'll
have a
turn.
question.
David?
I'm curious, under the revised RMU 30 zoning that is yet to be approved, would any of these special exceptions be necessary? And we don't need to answer it. I'm just curious.
Sure. Well, if it was still proposed as an ADU, it wouldn't change the ADU requirements.
Okay.
And then it also wouldn't change the obstructions and required yard requirements for the canopy in the front.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll turn this over to the applicant. Is that going to be Matt, or is the owner going to speak?
I think I'll start. I'm Matt Fletcher, the owner, and then pass to Matt, my architect.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Matt Fletcher.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks to all of you for the opportunity to present. Appreciate it. My wife, Rachel, and I moved to Salt Lake from Washington State back in 2008. And prior to moving and prior to the recession, we'd been fixing and flipping houses in Washington. And our last project we did was designing and building our own home from the ground up. And we really loved that process. So since we've been here in Salt Lake, we've been looking for opportunities to build again. And we've especially been looking for lots are hard to find in the city. We've especially been looking here in Center City, where we live now, just across the street from Liberty Park. So my wife was out walking one day and she saw the for sale sign at 738 Green Street, and we moved as quickly as we could to buy it. And we feel really grateful to have the lot. It's a block and a half from our current house, and our youngest just moved out, so we're empty nesters as of 2 weeks ago, and we're excited to make a transition into just something smaller, something simple, and to downsize. And over the past months, quite a few months now, COVID has slowed us down a little bit, but we've had a lot of fun working with Matt and designing the plan that we've submitted to you all today. And as Sarah mentioned, it includes the house at the front of the lot, and then the apartment or the ADU above the detached garage at the rear of the property. And we've also entered into an agreement with our neighbor to the north and have an easement drawn up for a shared drive between the two properties. And he's looking to build a garage behind his home at some point in the future. And as you can tell probably from looking at the plans, our design preference leans modern, and the 700 block of Green Street, particularly that west side of the block, is a little bit eclectic, and we feel like our home provides a nice transition from some of the maybe more mid-century homes to the south of us to the earlier century looking homes to the north of us. And so, obviously we're hopeful in presenting to you all today that you'll feel okay with what we've got in mind, given where it sits in the Central City District. But I'll stop for now and just thank you again for the chance to get these plans in front of you, and pass it off to Matt for a few more details.
Thank you. Go ahead, Matt Hines.
All right, there we go. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thanks again for having us here, as Matt said. I think I just wanted to touch on maybe just a few of the details of the project and the materials a little bit. And am I okay to share my screen, or?
You bet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. you know, it looks like, for some reason, it's not allowing me to do it.
Matt, if you want me to go ahead and put up the PDF, I can do that.
Sure, if you don't mind.
Could you transfer that presenter
Yep.
control over? Thanks.
Oh, well, there's a name in the list.
So as Matt said, you know, we felt like the street had sort of had the more original historic character to the north. And then to the south of us, on our side of the street, it seemed like there were historic houses with modifications, mid-century modifications, about, what is it, 3 properties down. Yeah, if you go to that next slide, Sarah, there's an apartment building. And I'm not sure, I don't recall when that was built, but there's also some houses with some modifications made to dormer windows, you know, that are a little bit funky that have been added. And we kind of thought of this house as an architectural bridge between kind of these different pieces, where some have been modified and then some are more original. And just, we wanted to fit in with obviously the scale. We wanted something fairly contemporary, as Matt said, but that, you know, that related to what was going on the block face, but that's also of its time. We created a small landscape terrace in the front. And maybe, Sarah, if you go to the next slide. We have an architectural concrete wall. There we go, and sort of a sitting area. So it's the idea of a porch, which many of these houses have on the street, without being an actual raised porch. So it's an outside landscape sitting area which connects the house to the street, and then, as Matt said, an ADU and a courtyard in the back of the house. And then I'll just touch on a few of the materials. Sarah, if you don't mind going to the architectural shingle slide. So we're proposing just a nice architectural weathered wood shingle. And then the next slide, Sarah, and that's both for the house and ADU. And then this is our kind of typical window detail is it's a steel window jamb detail that sort of projects from the face of the wood cladding. And we're proposing aluminum clad wood for those. And then if you go to the next one, we are looking at a wood, sort of a natural wood product, 1x6 tongue and groove type product, which would weather out kind of to a light color. And then if you want to just scroll through kind of slowly, Sarah, there's just a few, this is just an example of the siding, and then the profile of the siding. And then let's see, what else do we have? And then just kind of a final rendering of this project. And so, yeah, that's what we have. We feel like it would be a good addition to the street, and welcome any questions, but would like to ask for your approval.
I have a question. Could you
Commissioners,
flip
any?
back to the window detail? Perfect, thank you. No question, I just wanted to look at it again.
Does anyone have any questions for either of the Matts on what's been talked about?
It looks like that window detail applies pretty much throughout the house except for under the front awning.
That's correct. Yeah. So, and we have an awning like basically that matches the front awning in the back as well, that opens the bedroom on the ground level to the courtyard. And so that would be a 3-inch thick painted steel plate awning that just hangs off, cantilevers off from the building face. So it creates shade. We wanted to welcome the eastern light and the southern light through that front corner into the living area. And so it's sort of a corner window condition.
Yeah, that's to provide solar shading, I assume.
Correct.
And how are you supporting that cantilevered shade?
That's a great question. We haven't got into the structural specifics of it, but it would be some heavy blocking in the wall with a steel plate and just bolted into the wall and holding that. So we don't have a detail in this package, but we will. I'm confident we can work that out.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see anything wrong with any of this. I'm ready for a motion.
Well, first we got to see.
Let's do a public comment and chat.
First, we got to see if there's.
I agree with you.
Thank you, Babs. But first, we need to see if there's any public comments. So we're going to open this up. Is there anybody here to speak on this matter from the public, Michaela?
Yes, sir. Cindy Cromer. Cindy, I'm going to unmute you now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Cromer here. My nearest property is a half block away, and the staff and maybe some of the commissioners have a connection to this property because the former secretary, Courtney Benson, for the Landmarks Commission, and her husband, Christopher, owned the house to the north and this parcel until they moved away. So Courtney was your former secretary. I think this is a very appropriate location for infill. And it's the second recent infill on this section of Green Street. The mass and scale are really quite wonderful. The materials look great. And I did a bit of a double take on the porch and the entries and came to appreciate them as really appropriate interpretations, modern interpretations of the historic porches and entries in the neighborhood. What I find troubling is the large expanses of flat wall and the small windows, which I don't think relate in the same way to the other structures as the porch and the entry. I realize that flat walls are part of the modern aesthetic. I just don't think that that part of this design is relating as strongly to the rest of the streetscape as the entries in the front and the rear, which I think are very successful. So it's largely the lack of orientation to the rest of the neighborhood through the windows and with the large expanses of walls that I find less than satisfactory, but there's so much that's lovely about this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Anybody else, Michaela?
Just checking. I do not see any other hands up. Nope, no, sir.
We're going to close the public comment. And is there any discussion anybody wants to have before a motion is made?
Yeah, I would.
A couple of observations. I have to agree with Cindy that as I looked at the drawings, I was struck by the lack of fenestration and natural light. And I assumed that it was a building code issue, which restricts the amount of wall openings, from a certain distance in the property line, fire code issues, and I think it's section 6 of the building code. But if that's not the case, it'd certainly be great for the future owners of this building to have more natural light, which is a good thing for the world. But on a completely different note, this is a transitional property. You notice that Green Street shifts from a wide street to a narrow street right at this property. And as I look at the front porch configuration and the request for 3-foot, this exception for the canopy, I wonder if it's in our best interest as a commission to not just allow that, but perhaps allow the house to shift forward so that the front wall, the main wall of this house, presumably with more windows, lines up with the house to the south rather than kind of halfway between the south house and the north house. I think that would feel better on Green Street and give this property a little bit bigger backyard, and it would not be at any expense to the neighborhood. So I'm just kind of throwing that out as a thought. And I had one other thought. Just general stuff. I mean, great form, mass, and scale. This is certainly appropriate to its time and place. Overall, I think this is a great job. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Who else had a comment?
I do.
I did.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Kenton. So I agree with Dave and also with Cindy. It seems like there's an opportunity, even given the building code requirements, for additional windows. If looking at the other examples that were provided, it seemed to me that that the fenestrations were, it matched. I think it was just one other house as far as maybe the ratio of openings to walls. Another thing I know about this street, having done a project on this street, is it was a good point that it is a little bit of it is a little eclectic. I do wonder if there's an opportunity somewhere to bring in a different building material in some portion of the massing, just to break it up just a little bit. One other thing regarding the entry was that I noticed that there's just the one column on that southeast corner of the awning, the overhang there, and columns seem to be pretty common on that street. And I wonder, even keeping in mind that this is a modern addition to the street, if maybe another column might be helpful just to help balance out that front entry a little bit. So that's it. You can go ahead, Kenton.
Thanks, Jessica. I agree with both Jessica and David's noting that the windows are a little stingy. I'd encourage the architect and owner to consider a little bit more fenestration. I also agree with David's thought about moving it a little bit forward to the street. I think that would help street alignment and as he said, help the backyard. I would disagree with Jessica on the adding another building material. I think the beauty of this is its simplicity and its form. The same would go for adding another column. I think that would fight the gesture that's being made with the structural gymnastics of the very neat thin plate coming out. I think having columns under that would detract from that effort.
Thank you, Kenton.
I like your input, actually. Thank you, Kenton.
Let me ask a question. I appreciate the comments and the extent they're just voluntary, that's great. Do we have jurisdiction over how many windows? I mean, the light's an issue inside, which usually isn't in our business. Our business is how it looks outside. And do we have the right to require some? I'm not suggesting any of you say we should require it, or were you just giving suggestions to the applicant, or you feel we have the authority to ask for more windows?
My take on this, Robert, would.
Yeah, I think that there is in the guidelines a discussion of the rhythm of fenestration and so on. And Kenton's nodding.
Yeah.
Well, I've got the floor. Where is this column? I just totally missed it.
There isn't a column.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
Oh, I must have missed that. It looked like there was one on that southeast corner, but maybe that's something different.
I think it's an optical.
Corner,
reason.
must be a
That's-
corner detail that reads as a column.
I
Okay,
see.
silly.
Yeah, it is a corner column, but it's in plane with the building below the canopy. And there is a corner window that wraps it. So the window wraps. So as you're going by the house, it may actually read more transparent than, just what you'd get looking at the front elevation.
Right on. So if it were the same color as the window metal, it sort of disappears. Okay.
So is there anybody on the commission that has any heartburn or concern about granting the 3 special exceptions?
No, not at all. And I think we should give them more of an exception.
I agree with that.
Same here.
So are we prepared to go ahead and make a motion? Are we going to, the concerns that have been raised, are we going to provide them as matters to be worked with? We're going to approve this and provide for the staff to work on those issues with the applicant, or do we want to require that they bring back something in response to the comments that have been made?
I think we can package this into a motion. I don't have the motion sheet in front of me, but I think I can ad lib it.
Go ahead, David.
Okay, I move that we approve the request for, where is it? PLN HLC 2020-00391, which is a special exception, and PLN HLC 2020-00392, new construction at 738 South Green Street here in our fair city of Salt Lake. I further move that as we approve these 3 special exceptions, 1, 2, and 3, that we allow the applicant to modify or special exception number 1 for the front yard setback of a proposed 3-foot canopy, to allow the applicant not only this modification, but to move the front facade of the house so that it is in line with the house immediately to the south. So that would exceed this 3-foot. This 3-foot exception would become probably 5, 6, or 7 feet. The other 2 exceptions, which would be to increase the height of the ADU from 24 feet to 25'2", and to reduce the setback of the ADU from 10 feet to 9 feet, would stand as shown. Am I missing anything here, guys?
No.
Thanks.
Or David, I'm sorry. I was having some internet lag, so I don't mean to ruin your proposal, but I just wanted to ask, do we want to include the condition that was outlined in the staff recommendation for approval of the final design details, including specific direction expressed by the commission?
Absolutely. Let's do that. Let's add your words there, and specifically add addressing fenestration to appear a little more historic.
I will second that motion.
And I will just say I was willing to make the motion, so.
Whoa, can we have a third?
Babs actually started first, Babs. We apologize. We didn't let you do that.
It's all right.
But we're going to let you vote.
I can back off on my second, and you can make the second, Babs.
No, just sort of a point of order. Thanks for noticing.
Let's go ahead and vote. Aiden,
Aye.
Babs,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Jessica,
Aye.
John,
Yes.
Kenton,
Aye.
Victoria.
Aye.
Well, that's unanimous, obviously. Thank you, Matt, for your excellent work. It really is, I'm not sure we've had too many matters that had less comments on while I've been on the commission for over 3 years. So good job on your part, and good luck with your project.
Yeah, I'd like to say
Thank you, guys.
thank you to Sarah for guiding us to this point. Appreciate all your counsel.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Sarah, for
So
your
much.
work. We're going to go ahead and turn the time over to, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself. The next presentation is a study session. It's not open to the public with respect to the Elks Building on South Temple and surrounding property. This is a client of mine that is handling this, so I'll be leaving. John is also going to leave. He is in a prior years done work on this project, not what's coming for you today, but out of an abundance of caution, he's going to recuse himself. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes.
So we'll proceed. That Kenton has been the chairman the last couple of years before I took over a couple months ago. So Kenton's agreed to go ahead and chair the rest of the meeting. And thank you for doing that, Kenton. And I'll see you all later.
Good, Robert. Thank you very much. And Mike, thank you for being careful and considerate and recusing yourself here.
Hey, Ken, I wanted to jump in and just say I also worked on a previous iteration of this, but it's changed substantially since then. So I don't feel the need to recuse myself.
Yeah, and I'll
Okay,
jump in on that one too. I think everyone in town has touched this at one point or another. And I happen to be president of the Alta Club the year the deal that swapped this property for the current Alta Club parking lot
Yeah.
actually happened. That was a deal that was in the works for many, many years. And I think both parties, it worked out well for both parties. But I stand nothing to gain from this project as it stands now and look forward to discussing it.
So it's not just
David,
it's not just an historic building, it's an historic redevelopment too.
Oh yeah, I mean this has been going on for years.
Meaning it's taken a lot of years.
Oh yeah, I think every architect in town has said touch this at some point.
Well, David, that's exactly the case, and I had worked, for this entity in the past. I don't believe that there's any conflict at all, but I just wanted to not be in a position to, either to harm the applicant or the commission, with any kind of impropriety. I am very interested in what is going on here, but I just want to not have a problem on either side, one way or the other. And there's enough commissioners here tonight, and so that's why I was backing out of this one.
I appreciate that, Mike.
Go ahead, Ken.
Glad the others of you can stick around. I know I had drinks with a private club there years ago, but I think I'm going to hang on and keep running this meeting now despite that.
Oh man, that dates us. What was the name of that place?
Well, there was the Confetti Restaurant.
Yeah,
but I don't remember the club's name up there. But I tell you, it was the in place in the early 80s.
It was. I have a question before we jump into this.
Yes, Babs.
On the First Avenue side, does this not abut Brigham Young's grave site?
Good question.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it does.
Okay, because where 136 First Avenue is at the end of this development, and then there's a green hatch there that looks to be that site. So that's a super historical site that we are obviously going to see here.
And that is also a city landmark site. So thanks for pointing that out, Babs, because that didn't make it into the memo.
No, I think when we have all these maps here, I mean, that's like, it's like super obvious, and we should probably put that on there.
Does it actually directly abut, or is it like one property over?
No, I think it.
And maybe we'll ask the applicant to address that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good point, Babs. We'll need to get into that.
Go for it, guys. Right.
Okay, Nelson, would you please take it away?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a work session, as was mentioned. It's open to the public, but we won't be taking public comment on this particular item tonight. David Davis of Dale Garden Design, representing Property Reserve Incorporated, has submitted applications for a project centered around the former Elks Club building located at approximately 139 East South Temple. This project is proposed to include, among other things, rehabilitation of the Elks building and connected parking garage. That garage fronts on First Avenue. New construction of a residential building on the parking lot at approximately 151 East South Temple. Rehabilitation of 6 existing contributing buildings between 124 and 136 East First Avenue. And finally, demolition of the contributing building at 120 East First Avenue. There we go. Okay, little pause there. This is a vicinity map kind of telling you where it is. There will be a closer vicinity map here, but it's located east of State Street between 1st and 2nd Avenue. It's approximately 2.98 acres. And there's 7, there are existing, I think there's 9 existing structures on the property. As you mentioned, the Alta Club former Alta Club parking lot, that would be the site of new construction. You can see that in the lower left-hand corner. The Elks building itself is the 4-story building just behind that. And then you can see the rear of the homes that are also involved in the project here. This is a plan view of the site as it exists now. You can see the Elks building on the left, and this kind of gives a little more outline of the buildings. I'm going to try to move through this quickly because the applicants have a much better presentation here to go over. The project that is proposed would rehab the Elks building. There would also be a new construction just to the east there. The parking structure for the Elks building that fronts on First Avenue would be renovated, as well as 6 of those structures on the back. You can see that here. Another shot showing the proposed site plan. Let me note here that this is coming before you as a conceptual plan at this point. We started discussing it with the applicant and realized that before the final application is submitted, it would be worth it to take this to the commission for some input. So you are used to seeing a complete full application. And in this case, there are some items still left to be resolved. It's at the conceptual stage. So one of the things that we'd be asking you is if there are any items of particular that you want focused on, or you want them to submit in addition to the items that they'll need to submit for their final application.
Hey, also Nelson, I believe we're going to get this whole parcel in a couple of different visits for work sessions.
Yes, and I'll detail that a little more here. I'm getting out of sequence of I'm going off script, so sorry, it's a little bit discombobulated. So the different aspects of the project here are the rehabilitation of the Elks building and the connected parking garage. As I've already mentioned, you can see it outlined here in orange. There would be new construction of a residential building on the parking lot at 151 East South Temple. That's the former Alta Club parking. Rehab of these 6 historic homes here. Some of them would take a little bit of modification. We'll discuss those.
Wait, question.
Yes.
They're not proposing to tear down any of those, correct?
No, they are. There are 7 buildings along the street, but there are 6 that they would be proposing to rehab.
Rehab.
Renovate, restore,
Great.
Whatever you want to. They would be renovated to the standards of the Historic Landmark Commission.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's contained in the ordinance, yeah. But this structure here, located at 120 East First Avenue, that's the one that they proposed to demolish. And I'm just going to touch on these issues. The last case had the owner and architect with the same name. We have an architect and an architect with the same name here, but so we have two Davids. Again, the plan. Okay, so this is kind of the plan of attack here. We're planning 2 work sessions here. This first work session will focus on kind of a conceptual overview and then looking at it in consideration of city goals. We're also going to look at the Elks Building rehab and the parking garage, and then finally that demolition of the house at 121st Avenue. And again, this is just for input from the commission. Then tentatively next month, we'll look at the new construction, the minor alterations to the First Avenue houses. That involves removing a rear addition at one of them, and then demolishing a non-contributing detached garage at 136 East First Avenue. Those we'll review. In our discussions, we've talked about those being an administrative approval, but we certainly want you to be aware of them and know them, and give us some advice on whether or not that is the correct judgment. And then if there are any follow-up issues. So item number 1, you can see the site here. Various buildings there, and the parking lot where the new construction will be.
Question.
Yes.
Because of COVID, I'm familiar with the Elks Building. Is it vacant? Are they using it? How, if it is not vacant, how much is it occupied?
I can tell a little bit about the history of the building. So the building was constructed in 1913. The architects were Scott and Welch, who did the city of Copperton, South High School, number of other prominent firms. Eventually became Scott, Louis, and Browning. Then what it functioned as was as a clubhouse for the Elks, the organization, the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks. I just like saying that. There was an auditorium. The functions were very similar to the Alta Club, maybe on a larger scale.
Yeah.
And there were rooms for visiting Elks that they could stay, and that functioned as the Elks Clubhouse until about the early 70s. And then in 1977, it was sold, it was renovated. As we've all mentioned, we have memories of, if we lived during the early 80s, we have memories of Confetti Restaurant. I went to a school dance there, or I took my date to dinner before the school dance. So everybody has a connection to this.
Right. But is it vacant now?
I'm sorry. Yes, I got off on a tangent. Yes, it is vacant. So it was renovated and then purchased by the current owners. I think that was about 20 years ago. And there have been a number of tenants. Right now, it's a vacant property.
Okay, well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we're looking at this kind of holistically, because it is a big project, because we see it as there may be some things that might, when you look at them in total, we believe that it's a very good project. As everybody has said, it's been certainly around the block as to what to do with that parcel. This is a great opportunity. There are all of these properties are under one ownership right now. They're willing to make that investment at this time. And it will add housing. There are certain planned Salt Lake goals, as you can see here, that are outlined in the staff report that support this particular proposal and everything that they proposed. So that's kind of the broad city goals. This had some technical issues with the photos, but I apologize for that. But the first item that you're going to discuss is the overall Elks Building rehab. They are proposing some changes to the entry, and that's I don't know what happened there, but so you can see there, and there's discussion in the staff report again of how South Temple in the past had been, you encountered a series of raised buildings. So the street level is at the current street level where the Elks Building basement entry is, and those stairs up to the main level. That was kind of a typical configuration along the street. And then as the buildings were demolished and the urban fabric was eroded, that's something that's changed over time. I'm sure the applicants will discuss how it's become kind of a functional issue and other issues. So that will be one thing you're discussing. They propose some alterations to the front entrance. Oh, and I'm missing it. Okay. I apologize. We're having really big problems. I'm missing another slide, but we'll move on. The roof addition was added in the 1977 renovation. They would propose to change that or remove that and install a new roof addition. The guidelines, our design guidelines for commercial structures say that rooftop additions are okay as long as they don't change the fundamental proportions of the building. We think here it improves them because that cornice will be a lot more noticeable. They're proposing some window changes. Here's an example. I'm sure they'll get into more detail. So you can see there that over time, between renovations and the original configuration of the Elks floor plans, there were fewer window openings. Now here, given the needs of a current office space, we think that that's certainly something to discuss, what they propose and get some input back from you. Finally, the final work item is the demolition of this house on First Avenue. You can see the 5.5 other buildings, 6, sorry, missed a duplex there. So there would be the 6 buildings on the left are all under ownership. Those are the ones that Babs was talking about. They'll all be renovated to the standards for the historic district. This building is kind of an oddity. It dates from around 1950. There was a building permit pulled for the property around in 1949, and it looks like a post-World War II house. It's apparent that it replaced another house at some point and was built later. And so when the district was officially created in 1978, this was considered a non-contributing building. When the avenues were resurveyed and the Historic Landmark Commission at that time adopted the findings of that survey, this had now become 50 years of old at that point. That was 2007. So it went from non-contributing status to contributing.
Sure. And what are they proposed on that? I could not find that in there. It's not going to be ingress or egress for the project, is it?
It would be. It would be a service drive.
Oh, that's pretty big in there. Okay.
So it allows access to the middle of the rear of the specific properties in back or on First Avenue, and then also provides access to the Elks Building and the new construction there. This is just a sequence of Sanborn maps, just kind of showing what we can see has happened so far. There was the leftmost one is 1889. There was obviously a structure there. It's an adobe structure with some outbuildings. By 1911, you can see that the property has been filled in around there. You have many of the existing buildings now. And then by 1920, this is 1950, I'm sorry. I didn't use all the Sanborn maps, but 1950, you can see that the Elks Building was built, 1913. And then we see that there's a vacant lot here. Now, that may have been Sanborn map company people not catching that because the building permit is a little older. But all we know is that the dwelling that was there in 1911 and even back as far as 1889 was gone by 1950, and this one has replaced it. So in consideration of those broad city goals, that might be something that you look at as to how to approach this particular building. And I am going to leave it at that and allow the applicants to give their presentation, which will be hopefully more coherent, and I apologize for that.
Thanks, Nelson. The applicants, please proceed. We look forward to your presentation.
Mr. Davis, you should have the ability to share your screen.
Thank you, Nick. I think we would like to have the owner representative, Matt Baldwin, say just a few words, and then I'll share my screen. Are you there, Matt?
There we go. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes,
Great.
we can hear you, Matt.
Thank you. Well, so it's a huge pleasure for us to be this far on this project at this point. I think as you heard from the architect's comments earlier, it seems like everybody in the city has touched this thing at one point or another. We have files going back to 1993 on this project, and you know, I think part of the reason for that, I think my development team has been working on this for about 5 years. The Elks building itself has been vacant since 2013. One of the homes, I think it's 134, has been vacant for a number of years because it's just structurally unsound and unsafe. So it's been sitting vacant for some time. But I think, you know, we have several dozen projects that we're working on, mostly domestically in the United States. And I would probably rank this one the most difficult of all of those properties that we have in the pipeline as a development group for City Creek and for Property Reserve. And I think part of that is because, you know, there are historic preservation issues, there's seismic issues, there are modern use requirements that have gotten even more complicated since last March and the COVID overhang and what that means for the office segment and the added design demands. There are internal design and material standards that we have on our side. Costs are always an issue. There's site topography issues. The site increases in topography from South Temple to First Avenue by about 30 feet. So there are certainly topography issues. There's 2 historic overlays, not just one. And then there's all of the temple, South Temple design expectations that everybody has. So I think we found that every time we tweak one of those, every one of the other ones move. And so I think, you know, my team is about the 5th or 6th team internally to look at this project, and nobody's been able to kind of figure out the right combination of all of those segments. So it is presented as a very difficult project. And I think, you know, based on that, we're thrilled and happy that we're finally, we finally got something that we'd like to build, and we're hoping that it produces the kind of historic preservation that we're all wanting to see in this location. So with that, David?
Thank you, Matt.
Take it away.
I will share my screen. I hope everybody can see that now. You should be able to see a bird's eye view of the site. But thank you all for joining us tonight. We appreciate your volunteer time to help us through this process. Matt and I have been working together on a similar project in Arizona. I'm actually sitting in Scottsdale, Arizona, making this presentation. I've been working with Matt and his team for almost 5 years on a similarly difficult project that is now past 2 years in construction and about ready to open up. And so we've been through this process one other time on a complicated redevelopment in a different location. And I think the timing of being able to help the team with this property has been very fruitful for us, and I hope fruitful for everybody within the city and this neighborhood, because we're excited about what we're going to show you tonight. One other minor caveat is that staff and us didn't really coordinate our presentations very well, so what you saw from Nelson is going to be somewhat repeated in some of our slides, but our intent tonight is to show you a very broad overview. This is a complicated project with an infinite level of detail. We're not trying to get into all the details tonight. We'll get as deep as you want to get on any subject you want to get, but this first 15 minutes, I just want to give you a broad overview, tee this up, kind of juice the discussion, and then turn it over to the commissioners, and then let you have at it, and we'll be here to answer questions and enlighten you on anything you want to know about. And before I start, I just want to clarify a couple things. The Elks building actually is built in 1923, so like the Grand Dame it is, 10 years probably makes a difference in its age if you ask any Grand Dame. 1923, so it's 98 years old this year. And the historic homes that Commissioner DeLay asked about are constructed between 1902 and 1911, in addition to the 1951 that Nelson brought up. And the Elks garage is circa 1977. So you can imagine we're going to show you a little bit of morphology ourselves when we get to the slides. But those are the key dates in front of us. So with that, buckle up. We're going to go for a ride. I'll tell you a story. We'll show you the vision, and then we'll open it up for discussion. The property, just under 3 acres. It is north and east of State Street. Hopefully you can see my cursor. And South Temple, as Matt mentioned, this boulevard, this beautiful boulevard along South Temple, has the prominent front door of this redevelopment. but it also has a very important front door on First Avenue. The morphology that I mentioned before, let me get this out of the way. I only showed 4 of these. We have many more of these, but we show the 4 of these because what's important is that from 1937 to now, the only things that are the same are the Brigham Young Memorial Park, the 6 Victorian and Victorian eclectic homes, and the Elks building. Everything else has gone through a metamorphosis in the last 60 to 70 years, including both buildings on State Street, all the ancillary buildings between the Elks and the apartment buildings on State Street, and the Mansion Row that was along South Temple have all been removed. And you can see by 1970, they're all removed from parking lots. And that view before they became parking lots was very attractive, very prominent, but it's not there anymore. And it wasn't there 50 years ago. In 1922-23, the Elks building is created as Nelson identified. It's a brick and terracotta building. You'll see, and I'll show you this a little bit, but the addition's not on here now. So the addition is not sitting on top of this portion of the building. It's not sitting on top of this portion of the building, but the front is very prominent to the street with the upper first floor and the tunnel berm stair assembly facing South Temple. Some of the history and legacy, built in 1923. The floor levels, there's some oddness to the way the building was built and designed, primarily because of its use as a lodge, as a fraternal lodge, but the floor levels are not level all the way through the building. There's insufficient window openings on the east and west portions of the building on the south end, because this is where day rooms were and bathrooms and elevator core and stair were. So these are a lot of solid walls in this area on both sides of the building. It's become functionally obsolete and seismically unsafe, and that's why the answer to Commissioner DeLay's question about vacant or not vacant, yes, it's been vacant since 2013. And a lot of the reasons why it's vacant is because it is greatly underserving in a current kind of market expectation for a commercial office use or even residential use.
Is it
It
going
requires,
to, have to undergo what the temple is undergoing right now as far as the seismic work?
Commissioner DeLay, it will undergo a seismic retrofit, but it won't be in the same category where this won't have to be lifted. The foundation is fine, but the floors will be removed and the structure will be supported on the outside bearing walls. So we're going to reset the floors inside the building so that they work for a commercial office use. They will work with the windows. We are going to propose new windows to open up this side of the building. And that new floor structure and the new columns along the bearing walls on the perimeter of the building will help support the building and bring it up to code.
Great.
There is no ADA access to the front of the building at this point. It wasn't really contemplated at the time in 1922-23. The basement is connected by tunnel 44 feet from the front of the building to the sidewalk out on the street. It's a long, dark, generally unsafe tunnel. And then the 5-story garage on the north side was added in the 1970s. The view in the 1923, in addition to the stair assembly out in front with the lights as they were. If you look at it now, there's additional lights that have been added since 1923 to illuminate the stair assembly. And as we look at it today, stair assembly is still there, raised porch plaza with a plinth, and then the beautiful building here that will essentially get cleaned up, but with the unsightly 1970s addition on top. The theater that was added in the 70s, including this large stair, in addition to the steel and aluminum addition here, on both the upper level and the plaza level. And then the garage that was added in 1977, brick and steel. And in a case where we have an historic Grand Dame type building, the use of brick is kind of curious in this sense because the Grand Dame itself is brick, and you would think that the right move would have not have been try to repeat the brick on that building, but They did that, and we're going to try to correct that in this redevelopment. The Alta Club parking lot, or the former Alta Club parking lot, vacant since the 1940s, used as parking since the 1950s. It's raised 2 to 3 feet above the sidewalk grade. It's got a steep escarpment right here, 25 to 40 feet on this far end over here. The Brigham garage is built right on the east property line. This new addition where the theater and the restaurant are built right on the west property line. And when we look down from the north, we're reminded by the comment at the introduction that Property Reserve actually was able to acquire this property in an agreement that was included the purchase and construction of a garage across the street that allowed them to acquire this property, assemble the property to make this land larger and more appealing from a redevelopment standpoint, and that's why we're here today. The First Avenue historic homes, 6 structures built between 1902 and 1909. The older structures, 1945 to 1950, as we spoke about before. The 134 building has a 2-story addition that was built somewhere after 1937. One structure has a detached garage, and that's the 136 structure here behind this and totally detached. And then this 3-story apartment building is seismically unsafe and vacant. All of these homes either park on the street or on surface parking behind. And you'll see, as Nelson alluded to, the 1950 home is not like the Victorian eclectic homes, the 6 here to the east. And if we look in the back, we'll see the parking in the back, and we'll see how these are assembled in the back. They have a similar massing. These are all multifamily at this point, multiple families living in single structures. And yes, Commissioner DeLay, we do think about the Brigham Young Memorial Park as an important component. We continue to show this. We want to address this, and I'll talk about our thoughts about connecting this to the future residents within this development. Zoning, Nelson covered a lot of this. We're in 2 zonings, RMU and RMF 45. Our avenues, this is the city historic district. This is the property here. We're within the avenues within the city. There's some confusion because National has 2 districts here. And when we look at this, this is the split between where the RMF 75, where the high density multifamily residential is allowed. The purple area is the mixed use residential area here. You can see this overlaid on the proposed site plan. Then you can actually see how the parcels are actually fairly small. And this is what has been a problem over the years making this redevelopment happen is once you take these individually, they're very small pieces. It's very hard to access and get much inertia on these small lots. But when you combine them and think of them incrementally, but still combine them, that's when magic can happen. I showed this the same as Nelson showed, but I highlighted a couple things. City goals, support neighborhood identity and diversity. We are highly supportive of that. We're happy to be able to support the city in that effort. But I also want to make sure that this group remembers that we need to make sure we balance preservation with the flexibility for change and growth. Things that were happening in 1923 for a very specific fraternal lodge isn't necessarily the right thing for a commercial office right now. And we're going to be asking you to look into that with us. Some vision thoughts. The entire site should not be one architectural expression. We're going to show you a contemporary character on top of the Elks building. The garage should have its own character, as I mentioned, not brick trying to emulate the Elks building. The South Temple residential building is going to be traditional, classic, elegant character in contrast and complement to the Elks and to the Brigham next door. The Victorian homes are the original neighborhood pattern. That will be repaired and renovated. 6 of the 7 will be. The South Temple Boulevard street scene will be greatly improved because of the handsome street-facing architecture. We are paying strong attention to making sure that the Elk building and the South Temple residential building have a great street presence on South Temple with entries, residential, balconies, and resident windows and office windows looking out on the street, both backwards and forwards. Mixture of commercial and urban residentials that can coexist without physical barriers is important to us. The steepness of the grade makes it hard, but we don't want to put up walls and barriers. We want this to be knitted together and use landscape to make that knitting work. And then we also recognize that we're near downtown. That downtown is a major amenity, but we also have amenities that we're proposing within the redevelopment that can be shared by the like users. It's not going to be everybody all for their own. There's going to be things within the redevelopment that if you live on the Victorian homes, you could use amenities within the South Temple building. The site plan has Nelson showed, Elks building here and the garage here. The proposed removal of the 120 East First Avenue house allows us to have ingress and egress and a new service lane and fire lane into the back of these buildings. The reason why we think that that's highly important is because without this, this whole area would have to become an area for turnaround for servicing both of these buildings. And we really don't want to dedicate that much area in the front of these buildings for service, vehicular traffic, loading, and fire. We'd rather keep these public, quasi-public, public realm spaces that are usable, feel like they're plaza, give them to people to use and not turn them into car spaces. That's why we're asking for the approval for the demolition of the 120 house. And then when we look here on this site plan, this greatly, the removal of the two-story structure behind 134 and the removal of the detached garage allows us to expand this parking here, create more parking that is needed for these residents here, and gives us the ability to make this pedestrian connection to the Brigham Young Memorial Park here for all these residents and tenants that'll be here. We do need to do some property line adjustments to make this work. And then, as Nelson mentioned, we are asking for minor alteration on the garage, major alteration with a special exception for height on the Elks building. That's 3 feet, and a 4.5 foot special exception for height on this new construction on this building, and minor alteration for the 6 Victorian homes here. We do go back to some of the guiding principles that the city has given us and your expectations for us, the design guidelines and ordinances.
Hey, David,
Yeah.
quick question. You went really quickly over an exception for height. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes. You mind, Commissioner Richardson, if I go to a slide that I'll show you that?
That's fine, or just tell us what it was. You just spoke so quickly, I didn't absorb it.
Okay, Elks building is generally 3 feet higher than the current roof. That's the request. And the South Temple building is just under 5 foot request. I'm sorry, I'll show you. It's 27 feet in one area and 5 feet in other areas, depending on where you measure from.
Because of the grade change.
That's correct. And the way height is measured within the city of Salt Lake, because you measure it against elevations, not an entire bulk.
Mhm.
Okay. So what we're requesting is the removal of the berm and the stair assembly in this tunnel so we can expose the whole front of this building and solve the arrival and the entry to this building and unmask the basement that's in here now and give this building the street presence and the prominence and the access that it really needs to attract the next generation of 100 years of tenants into this building. We're asking to remove an addition of a fire escape that was added in the 70s and removal of the addition that was added in the 70s here. And because the core of the building is going to be replaced, we don't need to keep the core overrun on this side of the building. And then we are asking for removal of the aluminum and glass 1970s edition on the east side of the building.
Where are you going to put the elk?
I'll show you. Patient. We have zoning, section G that we have to abide by. And our vision is similar to some imagery that we could share with you about a traditional historic building, an addition on top, where in our mind, the addition should be complementary and different than the original building. We don't want to try to match that. And contemporary and modern works well with these traditional buildings, what we would call contract or contemporary traditional. and well like the building. We have this same character with the base, middle, and top, a three-part building. And the interior of the building can be transformed. This is not our Elks building. This is another building in Los Angeles, but we are facing this same problem within our building, but it could be transformed into these beautiful spaces that have mezzanine or full floors, reskinned interiors, more openness, and make it very attractive to the next generation of office users. And there's a couple of examples here where we can have, and we pull the floors back, and we were proposing in areas, especially where these feature windows on east and west elevations, we can pull the floors back to expose these two-story volumes and take advantage of these spaces where you can have these modern expressions and not lose the beauty of the original structure. That's our intent with this building on the interior. You can see the existing here, the proposed here, the modern addition here that's held back 16 feet so we don't touch the parapet that is currently here that was part of the original construction. We have a flat roof here, and then we have mechanical screen and overrun here, and we have new windows on the east and west side. This is all the same, except for where these were bricked in originally. We want to bring glass into that floor here. Floor levels, section, how we connect to the garage. We're resetting the floor levels as mentioned before. This is original drawings for Scott and Welch in 1923. We have heights here, the original building, the proposed building. The elevation for the Elks building will be brought down to the floor of the basement. So this elevation, which is not seen now, will be complementary to the building that's here now. This plaza space out front, which I'll show you another view of, is open to the public, and this is the new entry into the Elks building. The old entry is right here above and not accessible. There's one single entry into the building now, and we can recapture the basement level and turn it into usable space, and this two-story arched element becomes a feature of the entry to the building. Side view, original Scott and Welch drawing, side view current, and side view proposed. The proposed building, when we talk about the entry, this is the way it is now. It's granite. It's not super attractive in its material, its color, and its weathering. It actually doesn't match the materials on the building, except there's small pieces of granite at the plinth of the building that you barely see. That's where this probably came from, but it doesn't match what you see in the brick and terracotta. It's broken, it's settled. Removal or a replacement would require us to take it all the way down to the foundation, rebuild the foundation, and rebuild it all the way up because it's in that poor shape conditionally. Back to the design guidelines, staircases, they're recognizing in the design guidelines that not all entries are at street level, but that they should be retained. It doesn't say must, it says should. And in the staff report that you read, there's a recognition that it's not typical anymore for this sidewalk, slope, and stair and base plinth to building anymore, especially between Brigham and State Street. And as we run through it, this is Eagle Gate at level, no slope. This is Brigham. They tried to recreate that idea, not successfully. This is Covey with sidewalk here, stairs up to doors, office, church, the Mandolin with stair and wall. Again, beautiful, not easily accessible. Presbyterian Church, wall and landscape. You could walk up to this point, but there's no procession up to the front door. And then the Monson building, which is probably the best example where you actually get stairs right up to the front door that lead. And we like this idea. We're not big fans of this idea where you get up to the sidewalk and you have to go around to get into it. As much as we love the building, we love to connect the street to a front door of a building. This is the view of the proposed. So this is the sidewalk as it is now. Add the stair back in down to the street, which is part of the vocabulary along South Temple. A couple stairs to raise up to this quasi-public plaza. We are proposing to reuse the parts and pieces of the stair assembly that's there now for the wall and these columns and the lights. Add trees in, bistro tables that are movable, platform seating that's not movable, pots, And Commissioner DeLay, here's the Elks Head. It would be put over as a keystone to the front of the building when you walk in. Here's another view. And we'd like to bring in lighting in the paving to help illuminate and make this a more artistic, modern flavor as a complement to this traditional Grand Dame. And then when you look at it, this is the existing, this is the proposed along the streetscape. The height and bulk is very consistent with what's there. We're not proposing anything that's out of sorts with the current character. The rooftop addition, what's allowed, as Nelson mentioned, is what we're proposing, including stepping back the addition off the street side. Windows, we have 3 little conditions in this building. We have steel and wood clad in different variations of buttons and brakes and light divisions. We have newer aluminum windows that try to replicate the divided light and the mutton patterns of the historic. And then we have the 70s version of aluminum that doesn't respond at all to the original building. What our proposal is to replace all of those and go through a process where the windows are upgraded for energy, for light, but make them look like they did at the original 1923 character. Back to Commissioner Richardson's question, the building is 2'6" higher than the current top of building of the addition now. So we consider this a replacement of the addition. The garage, 4'10" above the current maximum height to create screening in the garage. And I'll show you the garage here. This is the current garage, very bright, no vegetation, very cold. What we'd like to be able to do is add planting up on the garage, including trees and shrubs. We want to paint the brick so it complements, but not competes with the Elks building. Add metal fins in to modernize the garage, keep the louvers the way they are and repaint them. It's essentially the same garage with the reskin and planting on top. And then when we get to the 120, there's just a few more slides, but the 120 house, as Nelson mentioned, the 1950 house next to the really great Victorian houses, we've identified this is our best opportunity to access the center of the block to serve all this property in here. And this is unlike these. And that's why we've identified that one as the one that makes the most sense to remove. And when we look at the rules of the design guidelines for what makes a property historically significant, the 120 house really only meets one of the 5, its age, and it just crossed over the 50-year age. It's not something that's got integrity based on design, setting, and material. It's not by a master architect or a master craftsman. It doesn't have distinctive characteristics, and it's not associated with an event that's contributing to the pattern of the history of the avenues. And when we talk about to have the integrity of sufficient percentage of the structure of the site, it must date from a period of significance. The 120 house does not meet that criteria. It meets the criteria that it's over 50 years old. That's where we're trying to divide that house separately than Victorians. You saw these from before. We're able to get fire access and delivery access and trash access for all these properties with the removal of that back here and not occupy this area with a lot of service and access traffic. And then when we look at the South Temple residential building, this is the traditional classic elegance that we're talking about. Some of the precedent imagery that we see, this is actually a European example. Some of the details surrounds black windows, railings pop out or inset balconies. And then we have a fitness building here that we're posing on a podium with an amenity, and this fitness building will be open to users within the office space or within the Victorian homes, and we connect it to all the users so people can connect and socialize with others and be living in a connected space. This section of the South Temple residential building is important. We did the garage by tucking it under. It's benched into that 30 to 40 foot escarpment. There's an amenity on top. Here's the fitness building. We have residential stacked flats here, 2-story townhomes, and a common area here. So from the street on South Temple all you see is common area, usable space, townhomes and residential. You don't see the garage because it's tucked under the building. So this is more of a liner building. We we satisfy all of our parking without making it visible and using the street to get to it. We go around as a side entry. And then the South Temple building, 4 foot of parapet, 18 foot 6 inches of height above the maximum height of 75 feet because it's residential. And here it is in context here. And then here's the 2-story residential addition that we're proposing eventually in the next work session to remove. This is the original construction. This is the new construction, and this is the detached garage. So with that, I'll leave this slide up. I'll be quiet and I'll open it up for questions from the commissioners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. That's quite a thorough presentation and really helpful to understand. Quite a complex project, as you noted.
Yes.
I guess what I do before opening it up to questions from the commissioners is to remind the commissioners that, as Nelson said too, there are a couple of things here. We need to consider the context of the city goals as we discuss this. And then there are some specific discussion items, since we will be trying to come out of this with directions to the staff and to the applicant. I'd encourage you to look at pages 4 and onwards through the staff report. And you can certainly expand on those discussion items, but I think we need to specifically address those. So with that said, I'll open the floor up to commissioners to ask questions of Mr. Davis.
I'll start just by not asking a question, but just by making a statement that honestly, I think the presentation was very thorough, very enlightening. For me, I feel like that portion of South Temple, that parking lot has been a bit of just kind of, I don't know, maybe a bit of an eyesore just in the context of the surrounding buildings. And I think that this design is great. I think that it is respectful to the surrounding properties, and I'm definitely interested to see what the more senior members of the commission have to say.
Thanks, Jessica.
I had a question about the roof. So when we did the Broadway Lofts building downtown, it was a very famous chocolate factory, and on the roof there was a Victorian garden that was quite famous at the time. Was the roof ever used as something like that, that for any reason should be preserved in any way, shape, or form?
Commissioner Delay, the roof on the Elks building,
Yes.
the roof on the Elks building is a hardcover, flat roof. And there is no program use up here right now.
But there was a previous use when it was originally built.
We don't have a record of anything that shows a program use up there. There were, at some point in the original design, there were corner fins of brick on the end here. We don't know when they disappeared, but we didn't see anything of usable space up here.
Okay. I like, I know it's quite an undertaking, but having lived through helping get City Creek built as a planning commissioner with Property Reserve and the church, we met for 13 months straight to get that thing together, and I'm totally committed to getting this together. It's about time somebody has the wherewithal and the patience to go through all the process to get this block looking much better. And what I'm seeing here looks very good.
Thank you, Babs. Victoria?
I love that rooftop thing, and I feel like you are actually atoning for some grievous sins committed in the 70s to this beautiful building. I like to believe that real style started in 1980 when I was born and has just improved since then. But I love it. I'm always sad to see anything demolished, but I think you make a reasonable request in case for losing that one and in the commitment to preserve the others with such integrity. Can you just clarify, and I'm not even sure this is necessarily my purview, it might be more for my curiosity. What is this reference to diversity that you all are making and why are you making it? I understand that the city talks a lot about equity and as an advocate for it in action, I'm a really big stickler about it just being used as a term. I did see reference in something about generational diversity and allowing people to age in place. Can you just clarify that point that you made in your presentation regarding diversity?
Yeah, I think you have two things: diversity, generational diversity, and equity.
Excuse me for a second, Mr. David. Someone has a microphone on that is echoing. If they please, everyone but Mr. Davis, turn their mics off, please.
Thank you. So, Commissioner, you brought up two topics. I'll deal with them separately. Generational diversity and architectural diversity are the two different things. The proposal is to bring housing into the downtown. And the South Temple residential building actually has different size units in the stacked flats. So people of different size, family size, and different economic resources can live in the same building depending on how much they want to rent. But we also have introduced townhomes in addition to flats so that somebody who wants to live on the street in a townhome adds extra generational diversity. So we expect to see singles, professionals, and families live in this South Temple residential building. We expect to see young, family-age people and 55-plus active adults living in this building. There is no restriction. There's no promotion of 55-plus, but we expect to see people of an old generation in this building. So this is not a truly age-in-place building because we don't have assisted living, we don't have transition living the way you would see in other marketed 55-plus buildings. But we do have it set up where people would be very comfortable living in this if they are 55, 65 years old, 70, can take care of themselves, and would be able to use the amenities, live near downtown, and maybe they move within the building as they get older through that building. That's an example of generational diversity. Architectural diversity, I think you understand the difference between the classic elegance of a traditional building next to two brick buildings. That one's a little bit more clear. And then the topic of equity isn't really mentioned in the city goals, and I don't think I mentioned it, so I'm not sure I know what your question is about equity or generational architectural equity.
I just didn't want the conflation of the term diversity with that unintentionally, as they are often linked in the city's presentations about their goals and what they mean. If this is all going to be fair market price housing, cool, we're a capitalistic society, that's allowed to happen. I would like it if we would be really clear about what we mean when we say diversity, so that as a buzzword, it's not inadvertently misleading.
Sure.
Totally.
I hope
It's so.
I very much appreciate your response. Thank you. The clarity in the response was good. Thank you.
Bravo.
Victoria, that was great. Thank you.
Well, and I think you'll find the demographic, having represented so many condominium projects downtown, the demographic is going to be people who want to walk to work or do temple work. You'll find within those couple of buildings, that's a really high demand there. And you're going to find older couples wanting to do that. You will find younger people. You will not find people with families. There is no daycare in that area. There are no close amenities for little kids. So you'll find people just starting coupling together, but it's very rare to see families in these downtown condominiums.
That's a really good point.
Because I make my
Yeah,
living selling.
I think that's correct. And I think in a macro sense, we hope that that's solved eventually. We hope that daycare and schools are solved in this area, and that would contribute to the concept of setting these units up so that families can live in this building if those things are solved, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Commissioner Peters, I'm ready to throw some ideas out here, if that's okay.
Please proceed, David.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to start by, saying who I am. I know that the applicant has done their research and they know a lot about us, but this goes into the record. And I am a preservationist and an architect here in Salt Lake City. I've lived within 2 Salt Lake City blocks of this development for 30 years. I've been an active member of the Alta Club since early in this century, and active with Preservation Utah, this board, and many organizations. So I wanted that on the record. And I'd like to nod to what Babs said, in that this is really an awesome development. And I'm grateful that we have a developer in downtown that is sensitive to our downtown and understanding of the core needs of this area. I mean, it was mentioned by the applicant that we're close to downtown in this presentation, when in fact we really are downtown. This is, if you look at the Eagle Gate in the left hand of the picture on the screen, we are darn close to ground zero, folks. And I'm going to make probably 8 or 9 points here. The first is that First Avenue is probably hypercritical in this project. And it's often neglected. I mean, South Temple is the grand dame of Salt Lake City. It's world renowned as a wonderful street and with great preservation of what's left at any rate. But the South Temple, that last little segment of South Temple with the last few historic buildings on both sides, some of which are part of this application, are really critical to the views of the Salt Lake Temple. And we see it in photographs, modern photographs, historical photographs, or whatever. This is what everyone thinks of as the residential component of Salt Lake City that is abutting Temple Square. So it's really important. And to that end, I'm going to walk up, moving from the temple up the hill, and I'm going to come around the corner and talk about South Temple. So the parking garage, man, it's a pig, and it always has been. My observation is what's being proposed is lipstick, and it will work. Anything we can do to this pig to improve the vista to the temple is going to be wonderful. The parking is necessary. It would be great to put it underground, but let's spruce it up a little bit, and whatever we can do is great. Next, I can't remember the address. I think it's 124 First Avenue, the 40s building to be removed. In my opinion, that is a no-brainer. It doesn't quite fit with the urban fabric as we move up the street, and it is a necessary service entrance for this whole development. It's a great idea, in my opinion, to remove this one unit of housing and create a fabulous access to great development. And that's item 2 or 3, I don't know. As we move up First Avenue, all of those homes could use redevelopment. I know that they've all been rentals. I've had employees that have rented and lived there in the past. I walked by it on my way to the Alpha Club and home. And is, yeah, thank you very much for that. Well, that was so different than what I expected. But really, rehabbing those would be great. And in particular, I think 134 First Avenue, which is that yellow brick 3 or 4 story building. I have been crying for years for the developer to restore the porches that would have been put on the front of that building and other buildings along First Ave. I think that this is a win-win for everyone. It's a major vista of the temple. Renovating these buildings is going to be great. Coming around the corner, let's talk about South Temple for a minute. The South Temple residential building is spectacular in its, from a design perspective, in the way it deals with a section of the property from the South Temple Street up to the alleyway behind the historic buildings on First Avenue. It's 3 or 4 stories. The applicant said 30 feet. It's huge. And the way this presentation deals with that is fantastic. The additional height on the front of the building, I think we could address it another time, but it is most likely justified. The way this building steps forward and the Elks building steps backward, I think perhaps there should be some consideration to crenellating or zigzagging this building, the South Temple residential building, back a little bit to address the Elks building. And I would like to address the Elks building and finish with that. I have some very strong reservations about what is proposed here. On a positive note, eliminating additions on the east and the west side and the back side and the roof, for that matter, are absolutely imperative. These need to be done, and those facades need to be addressed. The treatment of the roof in this situation, I think, is spectacular. It's a classic way to deal with a top story addition, stepping it back, preserving the facade. Really, my hats are off to the designers. You really thought that through well. Where I have tremendous heartache is the removal of the Elks private entrance from South Temple. Now, originally, people arrived at this building by foot, or they were dropped off in a carriage and they walked in. And the members of the Elks Club entered through this portal. It's a tunnel, and it has the elk logo above the entrance. I don't know if there's a photo available here or not. But the applicant alluded to this ugly, heavy granite entrance, when in fact, heavy granite is typical of a foundation and is typical of an organization that has status in the community, as the Elks did in many communities across the United States. And that is representational of who the Elks are. And the fact that other people had to climb these stairs and rise up to a plaza separates the members from the non-members. And there are metaphors here that we can talk about. But I think it's very, very important that that be preserved. And granted, that is an ugly, rotten place to be. As you walk through that tunnel from the sidewalk at South Temple back into the building, it's one of the most rotten places in downtown. However, there are examples of tunnels that have become wonderful public spaces. And I highly suggest that the applicant consider some of the work of I.M. Pei particularly the National Gallery in Washington, where the existing National Gallery building basement was connected with waterfalls and skylights and cafes to a wonderful new building on the other side of the street. And they took what could have been a rotten place and made it a work of art, no pun intended. And I think Pei did similar things in the Louvre, in Paris, and in other places. And I think there's a precedent for taking these rotten tunnel spaces and making them wonderful occurrences in our environment. And to that end, to have a plaza above South Temple Street, which is what the Elks building presently has, creates an opportunity for a semi-private space that I think should be wonderful and will retain the facade of the the historic Elks Club facade. It will retain that facade, and this plaza, retaining that plaza level, we're doing something cool with it, will be a historical win-win for the building and for the way we activate outside spaces. The outside space, in this case, on this plaza versus the outside space down on South Temple Street. I think there's a way to do this and really, really win. And I take a nod to take a visit to the National Gallery and some of Pei's great work in this. This is a fabulous project. I've been watching this, it seems like, for a decade, and my hats are off to the developer. We've seen many different proposals in many ways, shapes, or form, and this is clearly the best. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Really interesting comments. Let's stick with the concern that David pointed out about the entrance. That is one of the talking points that staff wanted us to address. Other commissioners, would you give your thoughts regarding what David just said, please?
I want to say David kind of put into words what I was thinking, but I'm not as verbose, and I don't think I would have said it quite as well. So appreciate it, David.
I'm going to disagree though with that tunnel idea.
Well, thanks, John. Yeah.
Well, my issue with the tunnel is its presence along the sidewalk. I mean, South Temple used to be a pedestrian street, and I know we're getting away from that as a society, and everyone drives up and down. And you know, at the end of the day, there's a long line of cars going right here into the Eagle Gate, and but I actually think it's really an important feature of the building. And you know, point number 1.1 of the design guidelines is historically significant site features should be preserved and maintained. Literally the first section of the commercial building preservation guidelines that we have. And to me, this is an integral part of the Elks building. I think the fact that it's degrading maybe doesn't reflect very well on the applicant, frankly. They've owned it for this whole time, as far as I know. So, like deferring maintenance on something and then asking for its removal is kind of disingenuous in my mind, to be frank. And I don't know if it has to be a tunnel that extends all the way to the front of the building. I do agree that you know, accessibility is obviously very important for what we do as architects, and buildings should be universally accessible. And I do like adding the entrance into the basement. I'm okay with that, but you know, the way that this is shown in this slide right now, I'm not cool with removing that unnecessarily. I think it's kind of unnecessarily a removal of a historic feature. So otherwise, you know, that said, I echo the other commissioners. I think it's a lovely development of a really tricky site. I'm maybe not quite as gung-ho about demoing the house along First Avenue. I think part of the appeal of the Avenues Historic District is its really heterogeneous representation of different architectural styles, including post-war houses that were infilled in previous sites. And it is within the period of significance of the Avenues Historic District now. So, you know, like it or not, it is a contributing building to the historic district. That said, I think its removal might be necessary, and I'd rather have a service entrance along First Avenue than South Temple. Those are my thoughts.
Hey, thank you, John. Babs, you started to say something. Do you want to jump back in?
Of all these buildings for some pedestrian interaction, and that whole front there just blocks this building so much that you don't even know the building's there as you drive by, and having interaction there is pretty wonderful for people that are walking downtown. I have always seen that as an eyesore in a creepy, scary tunnel. I have been in that building a million times in the 80s, and that was a creepy, scary tunnel, and I don't see how it could be better, and I don't see why we need to preserve something like that. And as far as the 1950s style house, if we want to advocate for that, because of diversity of architecture, why don't we try and march to the west side over in Rose Park and start designating historic things and 50s homes over there. We have
I would love to.
many examples of that in that neighborhood, and yeah, I don't see preserving that one that's a no-brainer. And I think it's integral to this project that they've got to get rid of that. That's just, you know, what we're going to have to give up. If it was one of the other buildings, I wouldn't have a problem. I would have a huge problem with that, but this one, that one's got to go. And I love the entrance of this. It is so much more pedestrian friendly. There's so many people that walk to the Eagle Gate and walk to the Lion House and are kind of strolling, you know, by the Alta Club and our first library, O.C. Tanner's building now. I mean, it's a lovely area, but when you put that monstrosity in front, like now, it really pushes people back where we should be. I love these open spaces there. I'd want to go have lunch over there. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I'd like to add in that I definitely understand where Dave's coming from, with just the significance there, but the ground level entry is a huge improvement, but maybe architecturally there might be some way to pay homage to that tunnel entrance, or, you know, I don't know, some kind of architectural archway. Just with this slide right here, just with the 2 pillars there. I like that the lights that are, you know, shown here are what are existing, but maybe there's some way to just create some sort of architectural feature that, like I said, pays homage to what's there now.
Interesting thought, Jessica. I'd like to pose a hypothetical question. What if this was just a parking lot right here where the Elks building is now, and Mr. Davis and his crew were coming in proposing a brand new building, and they were proposing a tunnel entrance? Would we approve it then? Or is it?
We are always.
You know, Kenton, I'm not sure if that's the right question to pose, because we're looking at a significant historical building on South Temple Street, which is a significant historical street in America, not just Salt Lake City, but a significant historical street in America. And if we go 2 doors to the east to the Brigham Apartments, when that project was developed, it created a wonderful terminus to Second East. The building was raised up on a plinth or a plaza, and it has like many cool buildings in the world and on South Temple, it has an upper level plaza walking area that defines a semi-private way of entering the building. and it allows a way to fall back down to South Temple so one can cross the street at First South. But the sidewalk at that point is high. The building works wonderfully. You come across to the Outlet Club parking lot, the sidewalk is still relatively high relative to South Temple Street. And as we've had this discussion, I've wondered if what we're calling the South Temple Residential Building may want to take a nod to the Brigham to the east and have a higher level plaza that sits above busy South Temple and those 3 or 4 lanes of traffic that are heading west and the double traffic lane turning north at that point. It's not a friendly place to be down at street level. But to have these raised plazas creates a semi-private or semi-public, whatever the architectural term is, area that's above the street and feels comfortable to the people that are there. It gets them away from traffic, above traffic. And I think there's a wonderful design opportunity here that I'm sure the applicant will pursue. And at the same time, we can preserve the historic Elks Club entrance.
On that point, I know that we spent some time discussing that there were going to be townhomes in the building to the east, but could you please remind me, what is the intention of the ground floor units or areas in the Elks building?
In the Elks building, currently they're enclosed and bermed with earth, so they are not rentable space. They're storage and mechanical only right now. In the scenario where we could remove the berm and open this up and create the quasi-public space, this becomes rentable space down here. This becomes a lobby, a 2-story volume in here with a lobby and an arrival space. And then there's rentable space here that this is set up as a storefront system so that it could be a fixed panel, fixed window if it's office use. But if it wants to be commercial use, maybe food or beverage, this could be replaced with doors, operable doors, and you could use this for seating for dining and drinking out here if it becomes a food and beverage type tenant. And we have that ability to be either one of those two. But this would be rentable space this side, rentable space this side, 2-story volume, and a lobby to greet you when you walk into the building here.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, you make a great point there, but that same thing could happen 8 or 10 feet above that and preserve the historic ground plane of the building. The exactly same thing could happen. It's no big deal.
Is the
We might have a little bit of a debate, Commissioner Richardson, that without access to that second level, because what happens is in the scenario that you're proposing, this is the door and entry to the building. There's a door here already. So there's 2 entries now to the building. This entry through the tunnel leads to nothing because it's basement. It's not usable. So then how do you get up to the main entry of the building? We need over 60 feet of run of ramps to get up to that 11.5 feet. That's a large area dedicated to get up there. Now, I'm not saying there's no solution.
Because this building will have elevators, that's an irrelevant argument. The building will have elevators. One can enter at site or what current sidewalk level, come in and take an elevator up, and it becomes an architectural issue as to how you deal with a lobby where people enter from 2 different levels. That's just a fun architectural problem.
Yeah, I think I have
solved
to.
in many ways.
I think that I would say that going back to the architectural design that pays homage to what's currently there, I think that architecturally or aesthetically there might be ways to achieve that without sacrificing the ground level accessibility.
Can I ask what's going on at the street level? How many people are going to be using this? At my recollection, every time I drive past there, it's a pretty constant stream of cars. So what is the foot traffic we're honestly expecting to use these stairs instead of the configuration that's already there?
That's a good point. Most people enter as automobile, but
I work down here. Most people you will see are coming out of the Brigham Apartments, desperately trying to cross this street to get to Harmon's. And that's what your major foot traffic is from north to south, I would say. The east.
Well,
to
and
east-
Brigham, and the Brigham has second east as it kind of naturally, like people have to cross on one side or the other. No one's going to cross down the middle of that street. So theirs makes sense to have that set up that way. But you know, if we're debating what is already there, which would divide someone trying to get to the street versus this more direct route, you know, I think in one of the pictures I saw like 2 or 3 slides ago, it looked like maybe there was a little cutout for like 2 or 3 parking spaces, but it feels like this is an awkward place for someone to try to get down to street level.
well, I've walked this sidewalk hundreds of times, and it works. And that I don't know if you call it a secret entrance or whatever, but the historic Elks members entrance is a very important element on South Temple Street, and I think there are ways to make this work.
Mr. Davis, would you go back to a picture of the existing condition, please?
Yes. Would that work for you?
I was thinking of a photograph of the photograph of the existing showing the tunnel and the stairs.
Sure.
There was a
And
photograph.
their
that
context with the
showing
sidewalk.
The poor condition of the granite face of the wall by the entrance
Yeah.
to the Elks building. That would be very useful. There it is.
There you go.
That is the historic entrance to the Elks Club. I mean, be it what it may, that is it.
And it's part of the building. I mean, it's not like you're not experiencing the building when you're looking at it, because that is part of the building. That's the entrance to that level.
David, are you arguing for the preservation of the functionality or just for the preservation of the structure and like
Aesthetically.
Yeah.
Because and so before that, I mean, I would just make the argument that just especially with this photo right here, that you've got those the columns, the piers there that have the lights atop of them. You know, if you were to keep that similar aesthetic or even that same aesthetic there and create some sort of vestibular entryway to the entrance, you're still maintaining some of that historical look or historical character of what's existing. I looking at this, I find that especially looking at this photo, I feel like there are ways architecturally and aesthetically that you could, you know, pull this character in and tie it into the existing building and still provide a street level access, a sidewalk level access.
As you say that, Jessica, would you see those flanking sloped areas going away and the area with the columns and the lights and the archway perhaps staying?
Yeah, maybe.
So you've got you've got visual access towards what would be the new front door in that plaza?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. And in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, maybe there's some sort. So again, I'm just really spitballing here, but those pillars that are there on the left and right of the arched opening, that maybe the walls go away, and that maybe there is some sort of connecting walls or some sort of connecting structure. And even, you know, going back to what Dave said regarding, you know, the styles of IMP, you know, tying the old into the new. It doesn't necessarily have to be reconstruction of those granite walls tying into the existing, but just keeping one of the elements, like I said, like with these piers, and maybe still framed vestibule that's sort of open, or just something like that. You know, I'm just, again, spitballing.
Kenton,
Yeah, and I guess I'm partly to blame for this, but I'm afraid we're diving into designing for the architects rather than just giving some conceptual direction. So I apologize for that.
Well, and I think what I'm just trying to, and maybe Dave also, we're, you know, maybe trying to just maintain some of the historical elements that are existing, and, you know, and some of the historical meaning and elements there.
Agreed. And to that end, perhaps the question is, how much of this wall, there are the two main columns, there are 4 secondary columns that flank the staircases. There are the staircases themselves, the lighting, the masonry walls that define the corners of the property. I mean, I think we have to ask the question, how much of this is considered historic? And if I were the Secretary of the Interior's reviewer for this project, how would I view that?
Good question, Dave. Aidan, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you like to weigh in on this?
Yes, I would. Well, my strong feelings are around the structure at 120 East on First Avenue. So I would like to speak to that when I'm not sure if we're gonna like revisit that point, but I would like to.
Yeah, we'll get back to that, Aidan. So just hold that thought. Let's stay on this entryway.
Kenton.
Yes, ma'am.
I would agree. Don't call me ma'am. I would agree.
I apologize.
That's all right. I would agree that we're starting to micromanage the design, and I think what the takeaway here is right now is that the developer can see that there's definitely some contention here about what's going to happen with that, but there's nothing negative about the rest of this building, so they can take that away and maybe come back with some thoughts or different ideas. And then the other part is this 1950s house. These are the two things that people are talking about, so I think that helps as a work session for the developer.
Good, Babs. That's a good thought. I think we can ask the developer to consider what he's heard here. Perhaps they could work on a possible design solution that would keep this element or some part of it or some reference to it as part of the design, and come back with that as an alternative to what we're seeing now, which some of the commission likes and some doesn't. Is that a reasonable direction, Mr. Davis?
Yes, it is reasonable, and in all honesty, we've looked at most of the options that were brought onto the table in the last 20 minutes. We've actually designed this probably 10 different ways, where the arch stays, the arch with the column stays, the arch with the wall stays, but the stair go away. Then we designed a system where the arch and the stair and the platform stay, and then we bridge over to the building, and there's a gap between the stair and the building into a plaza. We've looked at it, honestly, at least 10 different ways, similarly to what was mentioned tonight. And for various reasons, we have continued to evaluate whether or not this building, which is going to be extremely expensive to renovate and bring into code conformance and make viable as an office space, can it survive with any one of those 10 options in the front of the building? And we have strong reservations about that. But I think your request is reasonable, and I think it's incumbent on us to show you our best thoughts, take what we heard tonight, and come back to you and show you not only our best thoughts, but give you our thinking behind why we think it works or doesn't work.
I want to say
Thank
thank you,
you.
David. I think that this is an important street and this is an important facade. And I think there's just a fabulous design opportunity for you to have fun with what's happening between what we're seeing in this picture and what everyone else perceives as the main facade of the building. So yeah, have fun with it.
Good. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's move to the next item, which would be the proposed demolition of the house at 120 East First Avenue. Aidan, would you start us out, please?
Yes. I guess I would like to start with addressing what I think staff wants this conversation to look like for this item, which is like, do we as a commission feel like this is enough information to make a decision once this is brought to us outside of these next two meetings, once we're actually making this decision? And it sounds like a few commissioners feel really good about this, but I personally don't feel like I would be able to make a decision, just because what I've heard from Mr. Davis is that this structure is not significant to the local historic district, but going off of what John was saying, that the local avenues historic district is significant because it's made up of residential buildings that have varying architectural styles. Just with those conflicting messages, I just think that I would like, I just think that this structure deserves the recognition. I understand that it doesn't align with its neighbors, and I also really do appreciate, Mr. Davis, your plans to put the money into these 6 other historic structures. And I love that you guys are really wanting to restore the Elk building and keep that integrity of just most of that facade. So I really do appreciate those things. But when it comes to 120 First Avenue, I do think that this is a structure that deserves to be saved, because if we're just picking and choosing these buildings, then the conversations are still gonna look like, oh, what's left of this area? A lot of what we've talked about is, we're saving what's left on South Temple. So is that what the conversations in the future are gonna look like about First Ave and other parts of the city because of decisions like this? And I know that you guys have explored other options for this service entry. And I read that the applicants are saying that leaving the structure in place will likely prevent meaningful redevelopment of the Elks and Alta Club parking lot site from being removed for the neighborhood. But from a preservation standpoint, and also acknowledging that decisions have to be made in order, hard decisions have to be made in order for good things to happen. But also, I think that even though this is a single family home, I don't think it makes it any less significant than some of the other commercial structures in the city or the ones in the lot that we're talking about. So I think that I would just like maybe just a little bit more information and reasonings, and maybe just hear from some of the other commissioners to be able to make an informed decision.
Good. Thank you, Aidan. Who else would like to weigh in on this?
I did also have a question about the access. Obviously, South Temple is a much busier street, and I know that that's been a big discussion point. And I would wonder if Mr. Davis had looked into maybe an access on South Temple, maybe to the east of the building, making the building maybe a little less wide and creating that access from that end, or what other options were explored?
Sure, we did look at 2 different options. one option was the South Temple residential building would change shape a little bit and have to get pulled back. Let me get to a site plan here that where we have a pocket park right here where we have a usable space that's got greenery and seating in here that's used for socializing, contemplating. Office workers come down here, residents come down here and throw a birthday party or read or do whatever they want to do. But if we weren't able to remove this home, one of the options is to make this all service for both buildings. And so we would have trash compactors in this area. We would have loading zone in this area. We'd have move-in from this area. We most likely would have to give this building a little bit of a haircut right here. And we may have to do a turnaround into this area so that we can get truck turnaround. And it's related to the other conversation about the berm.
No.
If the berm is there, that's not possible. Then we would have to likely turn into here.
No.
That makes a
So
lot of
we've
sense.
looked at turning into here, turning into here. It gets messy because a lot of land area and the front of the buildings become turning movement spaces for trucks and deliveries and move-in and stuff like that. Back to our prior discussion, it doesn't mean it's impossible. We're trying to make judgments about what's best for the street, the presence, the visual aspect, the aesthetics. We just think it's better not to devote a lot of area for those types of things here. If this group says there's no way this is going to be removed, then I would expect to see most of this be used for service access. And we would have to do our best to design it so that it has the least amount of impact as possible.
So one question that comes up just living in an area where I am slightly surrounded by a little bit of commercial industrial is if you have that access for trash deliveries, et cetera, on First Avenue, and again, I just, asking out of curiosity, maybe it's not our purview, but is it more acceptable to have that on what is a bit more of a residential area, having those 6 homes there, the historic homes that are going to be rehabilitated versus having those entrances on South Temple?
I'll address my opinion on that since I walk this street frequently as I leave the Alta Club and head home. It's my primary route. And I walk along what I earlier called the pig of parking garage. First Avenue at that point is very wide for whatever reason. It probably doesn't need as much asphalt, but the width gives a wonderful view to the temple. And we're going to lose a tooth in the mouth here on First Avenue, but I think this is a sacrificial lamb. And it creates a wonderful service access to a fabulous development. And I would encourage the applicant to focus their energy on, I might sound like a broken record here, but retaining the Elks private members entrance and celebrating that somehow. So, I mean, the First Avenue is residential, it is private, it is quiet, and it's not a service alley, but in this case, I think it makes a lot of sense. And it's sad to lose a building or a member of our historic community, but I think it's quite appropriate in this case.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dave, in that aspect that South Temple is probably a little bit more historically important than First Avenue. Not that one's less, not that First Avenue is not important, but I think that you're right about that.
Oh my gosh, and the trash collectors as they pull in and out of the Brigham Apartments, well, in this case, 2 doors to the east, it's just an awful situation.
Yeah, I agree that the focus, the preference is to making the South Temple side of the development the best it can be. And it almost seems like that 120 house was put there just perfectly to allow this development to happen. It's meant to be. You know, I think that needs to go. It's worth it. It's a minor loss for a major gain for the whole area. John, do you want to weigh in on this again? You expressed something about it a little bit ago. Anything more to add?
Yeah, no, I agree. It is sad. I'm always sad to see stuff go, but in this case, I think it just, yeah, it logistically just makes all the sense in the world. I have a question about kind of the procedure of this. Would these all be under the same public hearing and approval by us, even though one is a new construction, one is a rehab, and then there's the demo of the house?
Nelson, will you respond to that, please?
Yeah, I think we kind of have a tentative plan that we would wrap it all up. They're separate petitions. And I guess that would be something that we'd be looking for a little direction. The plan would be that we would look at this as a development in total. But there are, I think, 11 different approvals that are involved.
I'll quickly address that. In my personal opinion, I think the applicant it will be in a much stronger position to present this as a total development. I mean, we have attacked small items here tonight and given direction, but the reality of it is that it's a big, important development in this tiny corner of our core downtown, and the applicant has proposed something that is truly wonderful. And my personal opinion is it's best looked at in totality.
Especially since a lot of the elements are reliant on each other. You know, demoing the house will affect the new South Temple residential building, will affect the Elks building. So I don't disagree.
Absolutely.
And maybe it could all be handled in one night where we don't have any other items on the agenda. We have the Elks development night, and so we can focus on this and that it doesn't drag out with other items.
Sure, and if we have to do a special session on an odd week, fine.
So can anybody else want to weigh in on the house demo? Okay, then can we then give the applicant direction that we will look favorably upon the removal of 120 East First Ave? Good. All right. Let's talk briefly about the rooftop addition. Does anyone have opinions, feelings, suggestions on that aspect of the project?
I'll go quick and get it over with. I mean,
Can you pull up the slide?
There's huge precedence for this, and I think it's wonderful. It will be wonderful.
I agree.
Improvement over what is there.
Yes.
Correct.
Totally agree.
Yeah,
It
in the
feels like
words of
it's too. Like, we can definitely look at what's there now and go, oh, the 70s were terrible. But I feel like this will age much better. With
Yeah.
much more appeal.
yeah, I'm going to paraphrase Prince Charles. He was referencing modern architecture, and I disagreed with him then. But the current edition is a carbuncle on the Elks building. It needs to go.
On the face of a good friend.
Yes, yes.
Prince Charles. What was the book?
Yeah.
An odious carbuncle.
Odious, that's right.
One question I do have is on how we feel about demoing that overrun on the elevator that's there now. I mean, it is kind of a piece of the volume of the original building.
I don't think it's original.
No, that's from the 70s.
Elks could climb stairs.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen them run up a mountainside? They can go upstairs.
I feel like that's original.
I don't think it is.
Just to clarify, there was an elevator core there. I haven't investigated whether or not that was extended. Yeah, if you go back.
My
Sorry,
personal
David, you're having to
recollection is
drive
that
here.
Mason-
I know,
Lots of backseat drivers.
Yeah.
I know, I'm trying to get to it. I want to go to the historic photo.
Oh, there, dear me.
It just didn't extend all the way. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear me. That was
It actually doesn't match the Scott and Welch design. Surprisingly, if you look at the 1923 blueprints, it's a different design than what was actually built. So they must have made a field change.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a field change.
It's missing some detail and it's taller than what was designed.
And maybe for its time, it was even an eyesore.
Oh God, that was awful in that picture.
Yeah, I think
I'll
since
agree.
that doesn't comply with the original drawings, we could make the assumption that it's not supposed to be there like that. And I'd be open to having it go away.
Well, you could probably salvage the bricks and use them to repair other areas of the building.
That's a great idea.
Is that a smoke tower in the background on the left photo? Or
Oh,
does anyone know
wow,
what that
yeah.
is?
Over here, yes.
Wasn't that the Temple Solar
Yeah.
Power Plant?
That's
Oh,
actually
Yeah.
for the Eagle Gate Apartments.
Right,
The
the
previous.
physical
gate.
plant.
which is a sad loss.
Okay, good. So it sounds like we're good on the rooftop addition and the removal of the elevator overrun. Another item is the new or reopened window openings on the east and west facades. Anybody have?
That's not the primary facade. Let's focus on South Temple. Those facades have disappeared with the new Eagle Gate to the west and will disappear with the new residential building to the east.
Yeah, and additionally, it's not taking away from the historical aesthetic. So I think it's a non-discussion maybe in a sense.
Fair enough. Do other commissioners agree?
Are we adding windows just to provide more natural light? Is that the? Or is
That's
it,
the primary. Go ahead.
doesn't have to do with the functional layout of the interior. It's more about bringing natural light into more of an open office environment.
Well, it is actually both. I mean, the interior use changes. And so because of the interior needs for light and ventilation, that's why the window replacement and the new windows are being proposed.
No, I mean,
Okay,
I think
anybody?
whatever needs to happen on those two facades needs to happen.
Yeah,
Yeah, and particularly.
I'm with you on that. David? Aiden or
And
Victoria?
it's providing a little more symmetry. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to see if Aiden or Victoria wish to say anything
that's-
about this.
Anything that sustainably extends the life of the building without compromising that primary facade seems doable, and natural light seems to fall on that for me.
Good.
And
You
actually,
didn't-
this picture that we're looking at gives us a good perspective on how the South Temple sidewalk relates to the historic entrance and what was going on to the buildings to the east and the west. And perhaps that gives us a nod to what the facade was, is, and should be.
Okay, thank you, David. All right. So, Mr. Davis, you can go away with an affirmative nod towards your window proposal. And what else have we got here?
We would like to also remove the fire escape that was added in the 70s. I think when you talked about removal of the aluminum and glass addition in the 70s, that's a easy one, but the fire escape that's there now replaces what was there originally, and we'd like, because we don't need that exit and egress, we'd like to remove that big giant staircase that's there now.
Do we have a
Which
picture?
which is not the
Oh,
one in the
I see
photo.
it's behind here. There it is. Oh my gosh, Mr. Davis, why in the world would you want to remove that?
I'd say you can only remove it if you promise to recycle all the steel.
I didn't realize that was original to the building, but gee, oh, that's even worse now.
Yeah, the original's gone, so we're not going to save that.
Right.
And we've got this,
Right.
No, I would say
item there.
thank you for staff for bringing that up, but you know, in the course of this development, it would be wonderful if that goes away.
Okay.
Commissioner Peter, the two questions on height would also be good to cover.
Oh, yeah, special exception for additional building height at the rooftop addition.
Can I chime in on that?
Yes, please.
So this is in the RMU zone, residential mixed use. And for non-residential buildings, it has a 45-foot height limit. It can extend up. I don't have the code in front of me, and I'm sorry. I'm still getting back up to speed with zoning. But it can extend up to 75 feet if it's residential, which would put it pretty much within the building envelope. And here you're dealing with an existing historic building. So, you know, the difference between 45 feet and what's there and then what they're proposing, it's pretty minor. I didn't spend a lot of time on it because that's kind of how that was how I was thinking.
Well, Mr. Broken Record, Architect Richardson here, observed that if the current entrance, non-members entrance above South Temple and that plaza remains, this is even less of an issue.
You beat me to that one, David. The building would be 11 or 12 feet higher if you removed the front. Commissioners, thoughts on the additional height request, please.
I agree with, I feel like it's okay. Streetscape wise, you're not making that much of a difference.
And it doesn't diminish any of the historic contributing buildings around it. That's what would worry me, but I don't think it does.
Yeah, I don't have any concern about it either.
Mr. Chair, this is
yes.
Nick. Nelson brought up a use issue in that this zone only allows non-residential uses up to a certain height, up to 45 feet. However, this, from that perspective, and that perspective only, this would be considered a non-conforming use. Just because the building's been vacant, it's still an office building, and that doesn't go away just because there's not an office use actually in there. And so that would be a non-issue. I just wanted to bring that up so that the commission's aware of that. It's outside of your purview for the most part, but it's also not something we need to worry about.
It would
Thank
make
you.
a great penthouse apartment, and then there's some residential.
Say that again, please, David.
Oh, throw a penthouse apartment up there, and then there's residential with a great temple view.
That's
Okay,
easier
it looks
said
like
than
we're
done.
okay either way.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, given lenders for residential mortgages are very picky about how much is commercial and how much is residential.
Yeah.
Good point. Aiden?
I feel good about the height.
Okay, and Victoria?
I think it's justified, it's not gratuitous, and it doesn't hurt any of the historicity. So I'm all for it.
Good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Davis, I think you're in good shape on the height as well.
Thank you.
Was there anything else we're missing here? Scrolling through the staff report. Nelson, have we hit the things that we need?
Well, the picture on the screen looks like we're looking at the residential building here.
Yeah, but I think we're hitting that on April 1st.
Oh, okay.
And if there, I mean, if this has been a broad overview, and if there are issues that you're seeing on other things that we would be talking about on April 1st, I mean, if you feel like the special exception is a non-issue, I'm happy not to write about it. So,
which special exception?
Special exception on the residential that we would be speaking about at our next meeting. If you feel like that's appropriate, if you want to chime in on other things that you're picking up, that's great. I'm sensitive to your time and to your energy levels at this point. And
Personally, I think that if we're discussing the possibility of a special session or discussing the residential height, I think that there's plenty of other examples in the city that would justify us allowing this height. I don't know. My feeling is that we would just allow it and not discuss it further.
Okay.
Yeah, if you do want to go away from this work session thinking about the building, I'd suggest you consider what David mentioned about where the facade of this new residential building is with respect to the facade of the Elks building. But also, if the tunnel and the granite volume remains at the Elk building, perhaps that suggests that could be the effective facade of the Elks building, and that your residential building as proposed might be okay. But it's just something to consider, the relationships between the two buildings.
Yeah,
And there might be opportunity for some landscaping areas around there to create, so it did, as far as that height thing, just to think about, keeping that form there, like David was saying. But once you introduce landscaping, that might eliminate that height requirement altogether.
Could be.
That's a good point. Is if the sidewalk stays where it is, the height becomes less of an issue. There's tremendous opportunity here, and this is a great design team.
Yeah. So I don't see any reason to send the developer away with any negative vibes about that proposed building. Do you?
Nope.
Sorry to use a technical term.
And David Davis certainly touched on these items, but we also haven't given the applicants time to really present their ideas for those kind of things. So, I'm a little hesitant to go too deeply into that, but if there were really glaring things, and I'm hearing there's not otherwise, then that's great.
I think you're correct in that assessment, Nelson. Let's look at this in the sequel on April 1st, and I believe that there are no reason for them not to proceed with this as they're going to describe to us and show us in a month.
And it's wise for the applicant to move quickly, because if they come back in a year, there'll be a different commission.
That is true. Okay. Mr. Davis, do you have any other questions or anything that we haven't discussed that would be helpful to you at this point?
I do not. I appreciate your time tonight, and we look forward to seeing you in April. We will reconvene tomorrow morning ourselves, and we will absorb what we heard tonight and then set our course of action. But I think we'll commit to Nelson and the rest of the staff on what our intentions are for April. But I hope to see you in that HLC meeting in April and have response based on what we heard tonight.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Nice presentation, great project. We look forward to seeing you in a month.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, I believe we have one more fun item to address here tonight. I don't have the agenda in front of me. Michaela or Nick, what's up next?
So you get a little training session.
I will be leaving.
Does this count against our 4 hours?
Bye-bye.
Good night, Babs. Thanks for your efforts and thoughts.
For your time where you are.
And your mental cartoons.
So I'm going to give a quick presentation on, this is a kind of a planning and zoning 101 presentation, which helps and is intended to kind of describe some of the things that we do that maybe the Landmarks Commission doesn't get much focus on or exposure to. But one of the things I wanted to start with, and this is kind of a reminder, and we've been doing this with the Planning Commission as well, is that when we're in virtual meetings, it's very easy to some degree lose some decorum in terms of speaking over people and not letting other people finish or speak. And so just a reminder that it's really one of the reasons why we like people to either use the raise your hand function or keep your cameras on and actually raise your hand. It makes it a lot easier for us to give everybody the opportunity to speak and to finish their thoughts before someone else starts speaking. And it shows a certain level of respect for everybody participating in the meeting if we can do that. And so just a reminder, it's very easy to like I said on screens to do that. And so it's just something that we want to make sure that we're respecting everybody in a meeting. So moving on. So planning and zoning 101. Let's see why my screen won't, there we go. So I actually misspoke a little earlier today. I thought that this bill said land use authorities. It's actually just the Planning Commission. So you guys lucked out. You guys don't need the same training, but we are making an effort to provide Landmarks Commission training on other things besides what you do, so that you have a full exposure and picture of everything that goes on and how your decisions impact other things and whatnot. So we can skip over that. But I think most of you guys probably know this. But the planning division is part of a bigger department, the community and neighborhoods. There's 6 different working groups. They include housing and neighborhood development, transportation, building services, capital real estate, and us. And so we all work together. Actually, every day we have some interaction with all of the other groups in our department, even though sometimes it doesn't seem like it. We are very intertwined, and most of us have team members on projects that the other divisions are working on. And so there's quite a bit of collaboration going on there that happens behind the scenes. What we do is 2 things. One, we are charged with updating, monitoring, and being the shepherds of the city's community plans and other general plans that deal with land use. We administer obviously the zoning code, which includes the stuff that the Landmarks Commission looks at. We process a bunch of land use applications. One of the more interesting facts about Salt Lake City, and this, depending on your outlook on things, is either good or bad. For our population, our zoning code requires a high number of things to go through some sort of a process. So for example, in 2020, we actually processed more land use applications than the city of Portland did, even though Portland's 3 times the size of Salt Lake, which creates some issues with what our staff is working on, what we have the ability to do. But we also manage subdivisions of land. That includes all subdivisions in the city, any change to a subdivision, any change to lots and parcels. Those all happen in our shop, coordinated with engineering and the attorney's office. But we process a lot of things dealing with land and how it's assembled and things like that. And obviously the historic preservation functions of the city are handled in our shop too. There's a lot of confusion about what we don't do. Oftentimes when we go out to the community, they think that the city is building all of these buildings and doing all these projects. And you guys all know this, that's not what we do. We also do not enforce the zoning code and deal with violations. There's a separate entity that does that within building services. We help advise them if they have questions about what codes mean. But other than that, we don't really get involved in enforcement issues. We don't issue the building permits, that's building services. We don't do the transportation planning, although we are part of almost every transportation project that happens. We have some staff member working on that. We don't do the park planning. And we also have a very limited role actually in things like outdoor dining and other encroachments into the right of way. Our role there really is to look at the urban design of those things to make sure that we're not negatively impacting our sidewalks and park strips. Focusing a little bit on what our general plans do. Unlike most places, we don't have one single overarching general plan. We have a series of community plans. So each kind of bigger neighborhood is divided into, or the city's divided into bigger neighborhoods. We do have a vision document called Plan Salt Lake, which Nelson presented a little bit of in his presentation on the previous item. But the plans do a couple of things. They really link our growth and our infrastructure so that as we're growing, we're able to work with public utilities and public services to make sure our infrastructure can support the growth and that we're growing in places where the infrastructure can do that. It's also used pretty extensively in budget decisions. And so there's a master plan review for capital improvement programs. We bring that lens to infrastructure decisions, affordable housing allocations, transportation, and with public utilities with their needs as well. And there's a number of different factors that go into how we implement master plans. 4 of them are listed on the screen, and then the image is taken from one of our the West Side Community Plan, which gives an idea of kind of the amount of resource of each of those that's needed to accomplish a task. We went away from the kind of the community plans and general plans of the past would say things like short-term, mid-term, long-term. And we recognize that doesn't necessarily work because some great projects may take 15 or 20 years of constant work to get built or come to fruition. And so instead we took this approach of how much it's going to take so that we can better plan staff resources, our money, our time, and the level of community support that is needed for a project to carry out. So the zoning is basically the rules that regulate how things growth and development. There's 2 parts. There's the rules and the zoning map. The rules are oftentimes referred to the code, the ordinance, the regulations, but rules are generally easier for people to understand what they mean and what you're talking about. And the zoning map is another piece. The zoning is the primary reason and the primary tool that helps achieve master plans from a land use perspective. And so ideally, a zoning code is written and updated as our general plans and our community plans are updated. That hasn't always been the case in the city, and we're starting to feel the ramifications of that now with the impact and the rapid impact of growth that we're experiencing. The zoning code is really divided up into different districts, and so is the map. So there's typically four different kinds of zoning. There's the use base, which is traditional, has been around since the 20s, really. There's performance base, which is more kind of a fallout from kind of the postmodern area where it's metric based. A lot of zoning codes are design standard base, and then there's relatively new in the last 10, 20 years of these form-based codes. We use a combination of all 4 of those within our code. So for example, most of our residential districts are Euclid based, they're use based, all regulations are focused on the uses. Our transit corridors are really performance based. Some of our downtown zones are more design based, and then the more recent zoning districts we've created are form based. And these are some of the areas where we're starting to see a lot of change. The Sugar House streetcar area, the Central 9th neighborhood. We do not have a lot of form-based codes in the city, but we are certainly moving more towards that as we have the resources to do it. So the code really includes a number of different things. You guys are probably mostly familiar with each of these. The uses, where buildings are on the lot, how they fit, landscaping, parking, signs, and then some building standards as well. This is actually our very first zoning map of Salt Lake City. So this was adopted in 1927. You can see that it's pretty much the kind of darker line towards the left is Redwood Road, actually. And so you can kind of tell where the original parts of the city when we first had zoning. The interesting thing about our original zoning map is that there are 7 zoning districts. So as we move on, and the zoning code was, I think, 17 pages long, so pretty short. This is the current zoning map, and you can see where the city's grown. Redwood Road now is the center line of the city, basically, instead of being the western edge. And we now have over 50 different zoning districts due to an approach of applying zoning more based on context, and as our city has become more complicated than it was in 1927. For those that don't know, zoning maps are very color coded, and the colors mean something, and this is pretty universal. And so you can kind of, when you look at a map and you can see a color, you have a general idea of what can happen. So generally the yellows are low density residential single family areas. The oranges and browns are more mid density and higher density. Reds are commercial and so forth. And so this is helpful for us when we get quick questions about what can happen or what a zoning means. We can often tell someone just by looking at the color. The naming of zoning districts is very similar as well. So we can look at what each letter is and decide and tell somebody what the basic regulations are. So for example, the R1 5000, ours will always stand for residential in the zoning code. In this case, it's 1 unit per lot, and the minimum lot size is 5,000. And you can look at the other ones and know that as and kind of guess what they are based on that. One of the more interesting notes about our residential zoning districts is when you shift away from the residential, the R1 and the R2 zones, the number becomes the height. And not only does it become the building height, it also changes how it's measured. So in the R1 zone, the building height is measured to a peak, but in all the other zones, so that applies in R1, R2, and I believe the SR1A and SR1 zones. But in all the other zones, the height is measured to a midpoint. And so if a roof were to be sloped, that 30 feet is actually to the midpoint of that slope and not to the peak. The zoning districts are organized based on intensity. So generally the less intense districts will be lighter in color and usually appear first in the order of the zoning category, so residential, commercial, etc. And then the colors reflect that as well. And so this helps us understand the way that we describe it to the public is how busy a use is. how many cars are coming, how many deliveries they get, etc. So I mentioned earlier what the land use authorities are. So these are defined in Utah code. So anyone who makes a decision related to land use under the law is considered a land use authority. So we basically have 4 land use authorities in the city. So obviously you guys, the planning commission, and then planning director and zoning administrator all have specific roles and authorities and powers within the zoning code to make certain decisions. I'm not going to go over too much of the HLC processes because I think you guys have all know these or experienced them. Maybe some of the newer commissioners haven't dealt with some of the demolitions or economic hardship issues, and so we can just move forward to that. But first, the designation process really is dictated by state code. This happened 4 or 5 years, well, more longer than that, more like 7 or 8 years ago now, where the state put some pretty strict limitations on the designation process for local historic districts. And so it's become a fairly burdensome process and a high bar to achieve, but it includes a community support vote and mailed ballots, and then based on the percentage of ballots in support, and determines how many city council members have to vote for it. So it's a pretty burdensome thing. One thing that you guys should be aware of is that there is a bill at the legislature right now. It's the same bill that actually talked about the training. Well, actually, it's not. That's a different bill. It's House Bill 98. Which looks like it's probably going to, if it hasn't passed yet tonight, it's probably going to pass first thing in the morning. But it basically says that cities cannot apply design regulation, building design element regulations for single family, 2-family, and townhomes in areas that basically were not developed, or that were developed after 1950 and that aren't in national or local historic districts created before January 1st, 2021, and a national district. So this bill, if it is adopted, does have an impact on future historic districts. We think most of them, at least when we're trying to preserve those neighborhoods that were built prior to 1950, it's not an issue because there's an exception for that. But as some of our other neighborhoods age and we get into some of these mid-century modern neighborhoods, so there's some on the East Bench and places like that, it's going to be very challenging. In fact, the city probably will not be able to adopt future local historic districts outside of those areas. The one benefit that, and I don't know if this was intentional or not, but the one kind of saving piece of that is that the national districts don't have that same limitation, that date limitation. And so it's probably going to result in a shift in cities' priorities as far as how we view national districts. That's just a heads up. All of our local districts are also national districts. There's a few that have different boundaries, but we also have some national districts that are in areas that are not currently local districts. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, but that's a significant change that has kind of flown under the radar with that bill. That bill also does away with certain, or gives people the option of bypassing things like, yep, is there a question?
Yeah, Nick, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to interrupt. Honestly, I was trying to figure out how to raise my hand. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask questions during, or if I should wait.
It's whatever. When I'm presenting, I can't see hands go up. So,
well, and if you could tell me, I don't even know how to raise my hand. Honestly, I'm just always, I'm always like a participant, so I don't even know how to raise my hand.
I go like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna start finding a place where my background's not my bedroom, so we can. So
I fully understand.
Okay, no, but I guess I'm a little concerned about this, and I wonder also, and I don't mean to turn this into a discussion, but just that, I mean, it seems like already now that there are, you know, in neighborhoods, you know, newly developed neighborhoods and things like that, that there are already sort of some baseline regulations on the aesthetics of the building. So is this saying that that's just going away completely?
Yep, unless there's one of those, there's 7 or 8 exceptions written into the code, and unless to where cities can apply that, we think that where it impacts us the most, so in our foothill zoning districts, we have limitations on things like the color of the roofs and building materials to reduce the glare and to try to ensure that the homes fit into the natural surroundings of the foothills. If this passes, we will not be able to enforce those anymore. And so that's a big concern that the city has. We've tried to fight it, and we've got some concessions. Initially, it applied to all buildings. And so we're able to strip that down quite a bit. But yeah, it's definitely a concern that the city has.
So Nick, to use the words of a legislator, I'm paraphrasing, I can build a purple, pink, polka dotted geodesic dome in the high foothills overlooking the city.
Correct. The only thing that we could apply would be the building heights, setbacks, things like that.
Well, I think where I'm a little bit more concerned, just especially in that example that you just gave, is like with roofing materials and things like that, that are, you know, that are causing not only an eyesore, but, you know, like reflectivity issues and things like that. I mean, this is going to take away regulation from that level.
Hey, Jessica, to pile onto your thought, I wonder if there are national standards,
right,
with regard to bird migration and what have you,
yeah,
that we're overlooking.
yeah, yeah, you know, and I have to wonder also, and especially because I feel like I try to be as up to speed on these items as possible, but this is something I am completely you know, I'm ignorant about until this moment, especially bird safety. I have to say that is a huge deal. I mean, how can we, how is this passing?
Who's behind this? Who's pushing this bill?
The bill whoops, I think I went, I probably have this up on my screen because I have it like constantly under being monitored. The bill sponsor, I think, is Paul Ray, Representative Paul Ray. It's a House bill.
Is Mr. Ray a developer?
Yeah. Who is he?
So he is not a developer. However, he works for the Home Builders Association of Northern Utah, I think.
There you go.
There you go. Of course he does.
Yeah.
Here's the status. The latest status of the bill is that at 6:53 p.m., the House concurred with the Senate amendment that removed a provision that allowed the county and mountainous planning districts to regulate, to exempt those homes up in the canyons basically from the limitation, and that was removed.
That's horrible.
It's passing in the Senate at this point.
So if I may ask, I wonder, I mean, just because honestly, I'm hearing this and my gut is flipping and I have heartburn over this. And honestly, like I would like to advocate for things. What is our role in the Historic Landmark Commission? Are we barred from advocating for these types of issues because we are on the Historic Landmark Commission? But I feel like we shouldn't be, because we are a little bit more involved in the process.
What I will tell you is that you don't give up your First Amendment rights by joining a voluntary commission of the city. I also will say that it is somewhat, the city walks a very fine line with the state legislature. And I would ask that if somebody wants to advocate, has a commissioner, that they at least let us know. So that we can give a heads up to city decision makers and see how they feel about that. But you are always welcome to advocate, obviously, as an individual. But it's a little bit different when you're advocating as a commissioner representing the city, and that's where I think that I'd want to make sure that we have a consistent message with our legislative leaders in the city. So the city has a legislative team that's made up of both the mayor's office and the city council office and various people in between. And so we've actually been pretty successful this year with advocating for the city. This is one of those situations where we've moved the bill, I think, as much as we possibly could, but it is what it is at this point.
So if I'm understanding correctly, this is a state issue that is being decided that affects the city.
Correct.
Yeah, so which is fascinating to me because, I mean, typically in conservative governments, the movement is to have less government oversight and less control of, from the federal level. Well, we want the states to make their own decisions, but we get down to our own state, and our state certainly wants to tell us what to do rather than in the conservative way let us choose what to do. So it's really it's an interesting dynamic.
It's concerning. It's concerning.
It is.
Surprising dynamic.
Go on and on.
Hey, Jessica, if you want to follow these things, Utah Cultural Alliance usually publishes pretty regularly about these things, including historic districts and things like that. And so does Preservation Utah. So if you want to have it delivered straight to your mailbox, and then you can ask the city what you're allowed to do on each of their calls to action.
Thank
I
you.
would have thought Utah AIA would be all over this, but I haven't heard a peep from them. Have you, David?
Actually, Preservation Utah has been relatively mum.
I didn't go to AIA Legislative Day this year, but they're usually all over every that has to do with.
Yeah, Aiden, please.
You said. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I? Okay, sorry. You said we were able to bring it to up to the 1950s. Who's we? Were you involved in that, or who were?
So the city works with the Utah League of Cities and Towns, and we testified in front of both the House and the Senate committees that were discussing this, and we brought up some specific neighborhoods in Salt Lake, and a couple other cities brought up similar concerns, and so that's where when I say we, it's a collective of cities. So that's where that date that helped get one of those dates changed. Initially, it was 1940, like I said, which would have excluded, for example, all of the Rose Park neighborhood, which has a very legitimate preservation history there. And so, yeah.
Well, thank you for being involved in that. But I mean, Utah had only been a state in 1950 for like 50 something years. So it's like that's crazy.
Yeah, it's every year, just I don't want to belabor too much on this, but every year there's land use bills up at the legislature that attempt to kind of remove local authority and address it. And so it seems like every maybe 3 or 4 years there's kind of a big push. And fortunately, some of the really bad bills that were actually worse than this kind of died. So,
Well, that's
so
what we need to
that was good.
remind these guys that that is against the conservative movement that they all support. That local control and local decision making is tantamount to great decision making.
David, I think the notion of hypocrisy is lost on many of those people.
It's the
We
danger of
certainly
it.
see it at the national level. But
Nick,
anyhow,
Nick,
but we
there-
digress.
Yes, we're
Nick,
digressing. Let's get this over with. And
Nick, there
legislate
was
this over with.
a
We got
movement.
48 hours.
Nick, there was a movement to through the legislature restrict appointed citizen boards like ours that have any jurisdiction. Has that been abandoned for at least this session?
I'm trying to think of what that would have been. Can you give me a little bit more detail? And we can do another legislative update later. But
Yeah, I'm not sure it ever got even a bill number, but but there's been perennially for about 5 years now, through Utah Cultural Alliance, we've been tracking it. A movement that says that appointed boards like ours are unconstitutional and you know, people can't vote for us. So, you know, the standard line when people want abject freedoms without limitations. So I was just wondering if there's any pulse on that in real life or if we've lived to fight another day.
I'm not aware of anything pending at the legislature this year.
Thanks.
Ouch, that's scary, Victoria.
This is why you should have balance. We need checks and balances. An abject supermajority on any ideological side is a terrible idea for democracy.
Ask Vladimir Putin.
I also wanted to ask earlier, but I know this is a little slightly off topic, but I know we're getting really late into the evening, but I was really hoping to have a discussion on what I've read the historical design guidelines and et cetera, but I again, I know this is off topic, but I would really like to have a moment where we could all chat about our purview, about what our views on the historical guidelines are and things like that. Specifically just, the first thing that came up today, just materials and blah, blah, blah. We don't need to get into it, but I would really like to have a session where we can all chat about what our roles are in HLC and the guidelines. And obviously we're open to have differing opinions, but just so we can sort of be a little bit more on the same page.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Ma. We will certainly schedule something like that. That is a great topic to have, and definitely worthwhile. But getting back a little bit to our training. So you talked a little bit about it today, but building demolitions in historic districts happen in one of three ways. So obviously, and this has happened fairly recently in Salt Lake, that if a building for whatever reason has some sort of structural damage that it makes it a public safety risk, the building official does have the authority to order its demolition. When they do that within a historic district, they will let us know that they're doing it, but there's not necessarily recourse for anyone in that regard because the public safety is going to trump everything else. So you may have remembered.
I want to comment to that, and I think there have been some significant buildings lost just by an off-the-cuff assessment by our building official. And I sincerely wish that there were some process there that involved more than one person.
So and thank you for that. What I will tell you is that our current building official is actually very hesitant to ever approve demolition of a building.
But that there have been buildings that have been approved for demolition that should not have been. And I could give you a list of examples, and I know the person we're talking about is very politically correct. But just the same, the process is a detriment to historical preservation.
Understood. We can talk about, if you want to talk to me about any specific buildings, I'm happy to do that offline.
Sure.
But I don't think it's appropriate in this
No,
setting. to have that
absolutely,
conversation.
absolutely, you're correct.
So the other ways, the highest bar is set for landmark buildings. The only way that a landmark building can be demolished outside of the public safety risk is if there is an identified economic hardship. And what that means is, and I'll get into that a little bit on the next slide. Contributing buildings, and some of you have gone through this with the commission, but basically if their standards for demolition are met, then you can approve a demolition of a contributing building. Non-contributing buildings are less stringent. They're staff level approvals, and they're for buildings that are kind of out of period or don't have any of their historic character left and have been identified in a survey or has had the status challenged through a formal process. But there is a notice to neighbors and to commissioners when that happens.
Nick, I don't know if this is appropriate to talk about tonight or if this would be a good thing for our 4 hours of training, but evaluating I would like to know our purview for what is economic hardship. I am really, really tired of negligent property owners coming after they've allowed something to fall into a state of disrepair that is substantial, then claiming economic hardship. And for me, I almost always want to not allow an economic hardship in that situation, but I'm not sure what the ethical and moral and legal guidelines for that are. So if we could eventually delve into that topic, I'd find it really beneficial.
Hopefully,
Thank you.
Nick, you're taking notes on what we need to talk about in our HLC purview meeting.
That's what minutes are for. But yeah, we will definitely follow up with some training on topics that the commission wants. So getting back to economic hardship. So it's established basically to eliminate or significantly reduce the odds of the city creating what's called a regulatory taking. And that's essentially where our rules are so stringent that there's no economic use of the property. And so this process is set up to help reduce the city's liability. Unlike most other land use decisions, the city could have some financial liability for taking a property outside of the processes established by law. And so that's why this is an important process, and it's a process that's in most historic preservation ordinances throughout the country. We did change this process a couple of years ago. It used to be a committee of three where the Landmarks Commission picked a consultant, the applicant picked a consultant, and then those two worked to find an agreeable third person to do it. Now we basically have an independent contractor that we use to provide that financial analysis of a proposal, and that's presented to the Landmarks Commission. We haven't had to use that yet, although, well, kind of. We do have one project that is going through economic hardship. It sounds like it's probably going to go away, and they're not going to propose the demolition, but hopefully that stays that way and it doesn't come back. So the Planning Commission, which is probably something that maybe this group isn't as familiar with, although some of you have gone through Planning Commission processes before. This says variances, but they don't do variances. I don't know why that's on there. So the Planning Commission really looks at land use things. They're statutorily obligated to make recommendations to the city council on zoning changes, general plan changes, and all of those street vacations and alley vacations. And one of the kind of unique things about it is that they also have the authority to ask the Landmarks Commission for input on preservation issues, which is kind of a funny thing. We try to actually come to Landmarks Commissions first before we go to the Planning Commission. For example, if there's a zoning change in a local historic district, we want to know how the Landmarks Commission feels about that. And so does the Planning Commission. And so we just take that step. But the primary things that the Planning Commission looks at are conditional uses, the design review process, which is very similar to what the Landmarks Commission looks at for new construction. And then what's called a plan development, which is a process where the Planning Commission has the authority to modify some zoning regulations, just like you guys do within the local historic district for bigger developments. Conditional uses have really changed over the years. Under state code, cities are required to approve a conditional use if either there's no evidence of a detrimental impact, or if there is a detrimental impact, if it can just simply be reduced. And so conditional uses have historically been that process of getting public input on things. Now that public input really is limited to, is there an impact, a detrimental impact? And our code lists a bunch of different detrimental impacts that the Planning Commission considers. They're subject to a 45-day, what we call an early engagement process. That's where we notify the neighbors and the community councils. And they have that period to find out more information, get a presentation from the applicant, and provide comments. There's internal department review. So these get routed to every city department and division that has some role in issuing any kind of permit or within the development world. So that includes everything from public utilities to the police department, fire department, et cetera. And then there's the same public notice requirements that you guys have for Planning Commission public hearings. I talked a little bit about this, but really the role of public input with conditional uses is to identify legitimate detrimental impacts. And what we tell the commissioners is that if somebody's stating their opinion, if the public's stating their opinion on something, that's not really a usable consideration for you. It has to be something that is legitimate. And by legitimate, it usually means it's somehow measurable or reasonably anticipated. So an example of a reasonably anticipated impact may be a proposal where they put their dumpsters right on their property line and the neighbors are going to be exposed to the odors generated from that. And so we can require things to change on site plans for stuff like that. The design review, I'm not really going to go into this much, but like I said, it's very similar to what you guys do. The Planning Commission has their own set of standards that actually were modeled after the more recent new construction standards that the Landmarks Commission created a couple of years ago. Again, same early engagement period. Under code, if a project complies with the standard, the Planning Commission has to approve it. Very similar to what the Landmarks Commission does. We talked a little bit about plan developments. This is a little bit different of a process because they're not always, well, mostly they're discretionary reviews, meaning the Planning Commission doesn't need to approve them. And the reason that is because someone is asking to modify an existing standard. And so they're retaining their development rights without having to change the standard. And so it's a little bit different. There are only 2 instances in the city where a plan development is not discretionary and where the code requires development to go through that. In that case, it becomes less discretionary. These need to demonstrate that there's some public benefit for modifying a standard. They just can't do it. Most of these are ultimately approved, but the Planning Commission has a lot of leeway on these. Certain things they can't change, like density, and then additional building height is really limited. Variances are probably the most confused land use process that cities deal with. Oftentimes, even a design review is called a variance by the public. But really, this is something that is meant to preserve a property right, particularly when there's some sort of hardship created by the land. So it's a steep slope. We've had situations where we've had creeks and rivers run right through the middle of a property and they can't meet setbacks because of it. And so these are more a matter of, is the code creating a hardship because of the land? And if so, we should make sure that they have a property right. Under state law, these can't be created by the owner, so they couldn't have done something. For example, if they subdivide off a piece of their property with their neighbor and have created a smaller lot, that doesn't count for a hardship. That's their own doing, and it can't be economic in nature. We have had people say, well, it's so expensive to build this retaining wall on this slope for my property. I want to move my building closer to the street, and that would be an economic hardship, not a hardship with the code. This has 5 standards. All 5 have to be met for it to be approved. And that was the end of my Land Use 101 training. Are there any other questions or follow-up?
I have one, and I don't mean to prolong our evening, but it has, I've been curious for years as an architect, why we haven't standardized how we deal with roof heights from a zoning perspective.
If I may add to that also, I am curious as far as zoning. It seems like with my experience in a lot of Salt Lake residential districts, we're I hate to use always, but we're almost always asking for a setback variance. And it seems to me why, I know that the zoning was written in the 94, but why do we have to do that? It seems like such a burden for the homeowners.
Yeah. By the way, Victoria, you have a really cute boy there.
He's so cute. You're such a good mama.
The skeleton is great. Oh, he looks so tired.
Yeah.
Well,
So
Jessica, if the legislature had their way with it, we wouldn't have to ask anybody for anything. We just do it.
Right. Well, and that was a part of the, so like the whole ADU thing. And if that came out, what was that, like 6, 7, 8 months ago, where they had like a cost analysis on homeowners and how much time that the planning and zoning and building department were spending on all of these variances. And it was a huge waste of time for the amount of money that it was costing. So and I think that like the big change in the ADU, the big thing that went through a couple months ago in the planning commission was huge, but there's a lot more work. There's a lot more work, and especially the stuff that we're asked about with setbacks and variances and all that kind of. We don't need to do this.
Yeah, so a couple of questions there, or answers. So the first question about standardizing building heights throughout the city. So they used to be that way. The building height used to be measured the exact same way until, the early 2000s, when the city went through that compatible infill process where we completely changed that for the low density residential zones. We actually would really love to get to a consistent way to measure height.
Well, Nick, let's do it. Let's just run the course and move forward.
It's on my what seems to be a never-ending list of code improvements. So one day that list might be bigger than the code, which is interesting. And the other thing is, Jessica, you mentioned exactly that. One of the problems that our code has is that it currently allows exceptions for almost every regulation. And so that's creating a complete imbalance and inequities in how city resources are applied. So one of the things that happens in that regard is more than, I think it's 87% of all planning applications are east of I-15. Almost all special exception applications are in very wealthy neighborhoods, and they take so much time that they're preventing us from dealing with growth related issues in the other parts of the city that really need it. And so that's a big reason why we proposed eliminating the special exception process, was so that we could apply city planning resources more equitably and deal with our growth issues more appropriately.
Nick, I've mentioned this to Orion and others, and I think you just need to raise fees.
I don't know. I don't know. I have to say,
John does not agree.
yeah, I'm gonna
fees in
definitely
Salt
push
Lake
back.
County are way high compared to
Okay,
Salt Lake
but
City.
Dave, I have to push back against that just in the of the clients that I've had working with AMD architecture, we're not working with high-end clients. We're working with residential middle-class homeowners that are just trying to improve their residences. And I have come across myself personally so many city regulations and things, and like you were talking about, Nick, like with the getting special exceptions, it seems like my experience was that 75% of the projects that I worked on were seeking a special exception approval, and they almost every single one of them were approved. And then I have to say also that the one that was a huge sticking point, a huge point of contention for our firm, that didn't get approved was over these nitpicky rules and regulations where it was I think it was Lake Street. It was Lake Street, and where these lots are already very narrow.
Yep.
These people are trying to improve the home that they live in, that they've owned for 20, 25 years. They want to make it structurally sound. It was a unreinforced masonry. So it wasn't about, hey, let's give them more fees. It's about let's try to allow these people to make their homes safer, give them a little bit more square footage, make it more usable. But when we went to the city, we were pushed back over and over and over and over again. No kidding. Because of these guidelines that were created in 1994, 1995, that were cookie cutter and didn't take into consideration homes like this homeowners, and he got screwed. He got screwed.
That's one of the issues that, and I think that's frankly one of the reasons why special exceptions were created in the first place, was because so much of the city was built prior to having the current standards for setbacks and building heights and things like that. And so it was a way to provide some flexibility in particularly the older neighborhoods in the city, where they didn't meet current setbacks. And
Well, Nick, and to your point, the flexibility within local historical districts is wonderful.
Yep.
And in my personal, professional opinion, it would be great if we had more local historic districts, because that would give homeowners
Yeah.
a lot more flexibility to pursue creative solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and for outside of the
Unfortunately,
historic
legislature doesn't see it that way.
outside of the historic district, outside of our purview, just from the general standpoint, I think that one of the codes that I have appreciated the most are the ones that, at least with the front yard setback, where it's like you have like 25% of the lot or the average of the street. Why couldn't we have that same sort of rule with height? Like the average of the height, and in consideration, the first and second, actually both of the items that we talked about today, as far as height requirements, you're looking at the average of the street, or you should be.
Jessica, you bring up a really good point. Why not take that a little further and apply it to side yard setbacks and
Yeah.
rear yard setbacks and height, or even lot coverage? That's a curious thing
Yeah.
to do.
Well, so we do, at least with height outside of historic districts, we do have an averaging component in our residential neighborhood. So there is that option. It doesn't apply to other things, and that's it could be that that approach is better down the road and something to consider. But one of the things that is happening right now is that because we are in such a rapid rate of growth and change right now, that we have so many applications coming in that we're actually, if you calculated the average process staff time allocated to each type of application we get. Last year, it exceeded the total budgeted staff hours for our division, which means we don't have any time whatsoever to work on
You're losing
any
money.
other kind of things. And
Raise fees.
because of the nature of where a lot of these applications are coming from and what they are, we're also substantially subsidizing those application fees. And so that's a big, that for us, that's a big equity issue. Is that whether our fees are right or wrong, we're actually going through an analysis right now to figure that out. But we do believe that if somebody's trying to seek some exception, they should pay more than 10% of that cost, which is what they're paying right now. And because that's the taxpayers as a whole really shouldn't bear that burden of funding the planning division for something that's an expansion of a private property right. And so we're trying to balance that out. We don't think that we'll get to 100% like some other cities have done. For just as an example, our plan development application fee, I think, is right around $800. Almost that exact same process exists in Portland, Oregon, and their application fee is $16,000. So that tells you that, and they require the full cost. So that gives you an idea of how much it actually costs in staff and city resources to process applications like that. We don't have the same processes that they do in terms of length of time and requirements and reviews, but it would be significantly more if we charged the full cost.
Well, I wonder, Nick, if it is feasible and just from the, cost analysis standpoint to reach out to these architects that are working with these residential clients, doing more of this residential work and finding out what their fees are, what they're proposing, and if, again, going back to standardized zoning, that if this, then this approval system, you're eliminating this huge cost for, well, quote unquote, huge relative, like you're saying, huge cost for these homeowners. You're eliminating costs for the architects that are working with these clients. You're eliminating your work by saying that if you satisfy this, then this.
Yeah.
And I think we have a ripe opportunity to be able to do something like that.
I don't want to drag this on all night long, and perhaps it's another conversation to be had at a different day, but I think that the needs of a developer that's producing 100 units and has 100 sewer hookups are very different than the needs of one of my personal residential clients that wants to hook up a single ADU. Perhaps we formulate a subcommittee to talk about these things, because I think there's a huge inequity in the way the city charges fees. And I think in some regards, my clients need to be charged much higher fees for some of the things we do, but much lower fees for other things that we do. And likewise for developers. And Nick's observation of what's going on in our sister city of Portland is germane to this conversation. But I'd be happy to be a member of a subcommittee to chat about that.
I would as well, Dave. And I think that's a really good point, because I think that there's a huge opportunity, especially considering the real estate market. I've gone through the process of selling a home in the last year. I know how crazy it is.
Good luck buying a new one.
I know. That's my point, honestly, is that there has to be some sort of committee or some sort of legislation that needs to be put into place to create more equity. I mean, I have two 20-year-old children that are not going to be able to buy a home anytime soon. Absolutely not. And especially considering me selling a home a year ago and talking to people selling homes now, it's crazy. There needs to be some equity. There needs to be some oversight.
Yeah.
There needs to be even even in a historical aspect in what we're in the context of what we're talking about, where we are right now. And Victoria, I think honestly, you could have some good input on this being from the west side, where, you know, this came up earlier in the conversation with Rose Park. Rose Park's going to blow up and be unaffordable.
Has blown up. Our entry point is 300,000 for houses. A townhouse just went up for 290. And also, you all might be interested to know that I have declared my candidacy for our city council seat. So if you would like a city councilor who has commission level insight, I would be happy to share my campaign donation page with you all.
Nice. Well, hey, everyone, on that note,
Nick, when I represent District 1, I'm coming and I'm going to make all of your technocratic dreams come true. We're going to do it together.
This may be
Okay, on that note,
politics here.
we're coming on 4 hours. I think as interesting and important as this is, we probably need to call it a night here.
Definitely.
Commissioner
I
Richardson,
should have called a break between the work session and this, but I didn't. But so here we are. Thank you, everyone. Really good evening.
May we
got a lot done.
figure out a time though when we can all discuss things on this? Like, may we discuss things a little bit further? I would like that.
Yeah,
Yep, we'll work on
Not having dinner and that kind of thing. I would like that.
I'm missing the dinner thing, but I still move to adjourn.
Me
Yeah,
too.
maybe, Jessica, maybe we can do take an hour in a mid-month or something and talk about these things.
Yeah.
I would very much welcome that as well. Ken.
One thing that
Okay.
might be a really great opportunity is if we could do kind of a joint roundtable with the Landmarks Commission and the Planning Commission at the same time. I think you actually share a lot of the same thoughts and concerns. So that could be an interesting conversation to have.
If you or Michaela want to put that together and let us know, we'd be up for that.
Yep, we'll work on something.
Thanks, everyone. I pronounce this marathon adjourned.
Thank
you, Ken.
All of our
See you
marathon
in a month.
sessions, this has been a good one, so.